Well, before anybody comes in, hello everybody, and I got add my case, my presidential case.
Yes.
Right. Well, obviously I got the polythene out there, the styrofoam stuff. Well, so he was going through it, and at the bottom of it, was this.
What is that?
Well, it's a looking glass. So almost got thrown away. You got no sound, Skipper. Yeah, there is VDB there. Hello, everybody who comes and joins us tonight. So Sunshine Europe, nice to see you. How are you doing? Saw your doggy videos. Going back down was on earlier. And Skipper's back.
So are we hearing things now?
Yeah.
Good.
You got a phone call, didn't you?
No, it just stopped working.
That is VDB on there. But I'm going to go through the dates as well, actually, to see what's actually in there. Right, 1974. So actually, I don't know how far it goes up to. Well, this is an old book. This only goes up to 1940s.
Oh, fairly old then.
I might have a look through my coins and see if I can fill some of these up. You got the 1909 VDB, which I got. 1909 VDBS, which I don't have. I got 1909 normal, which up on there. I didn't. 1909 1909S, 1910, 1910S. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look through that one properly. Oh yeah, my Yugoslavian stamps. With coins.
Cool.
I shall take that out of there actually, because I don't want to get bent up on my stamp place. But yeah, that's pretty neat. And it's got if I remember rightly, because I was only buying the things, and then there's a couple of, I don't know if they're generals or presidents or whatever, or some dignitaries anyway. Yeah, these are pretty cool. So I'll wait until some people come in and then we start talking about it.
Well, while we're relaxing, I can tell you a little thing. You started off showing some comics. I'm going to show you something really unique.
Okay.
A number of years ago, there was three capable young fellows. One of them was Brian Vaughn. Another was Steve Scroce and Matt Hollingsworth. I went through Image Comics. I don't know if you're familiar with Image Comics, but they do not only regular, but they do the high-grade comics, a lot of them in hardcover. And they decided to write a comic about Canada being invaded by the United States, Canada losing, and all the Canadians became partisans.
Right. Okay.
And that's the comic that they came out. We Stand on Guard. On Guard is the name of the comic. And as you can see, the tattered Canadian flag. And this comic book is about a war between Canada and the United States.
That's pretty cool.
And it's actually quite interesting. You can see it's one of those high quality comics. But they have characters. If they're French Canadian, they're speaking French with English subtitles. They did a really great job of showing how Canada's fighting back, and very graphic. I mean, stuff like "Open fire!" She's a Canadian partisan fighting the Americans.
That's really cool drawings, man.
It is. I mean, the quality of it is exceptional, but I'm going to imagine that there's not too many of those around.
No.
You know, that's a different.
When was it made?
You know what? I was trying to find the date on this thing. It's been a number of years now. It's not like a standard. Oh my God, this is high quality. Let's see if I
think Barcodes come out in 93. It's only from about 93 that the barcodes started appearing. Similar. Like
no, actually, it was first printing was 2016.
That was
2016. So you're looking at what, 7 years?
Yeah. Harry Humstone is a guy. What's up, fellas? We talking revolution here? No, we're not talking revolution. We're just talking about.
No, we're talking about interesting comics. Like I say, this one was about the United States invading Canada. Quite a different comic. And apparently all money driven. Interview with the Vampire.
That's 1991, and it doesn't have a barcode on it. See?
Oh my goodness.
And then you like this one actually. Talk about the Royals.
There you go. I'll tease you a little bit.
I got another. That's not fair though, really.
Not fair. How about this one?
Do you know what? I could have bought every Star Trek thing, can I, the other day? Folders, every Star Trek book you can think of. But I don't know how much that would have been. Quite expensive, really, wouldn't it?
This is only the top of the iceberg. Fall of Man.
Yeah, that's a $6 million man I showed.
So the man fell off a mountain or out of a plane, or
no? I think it's just a title of a. It's just a title. I don't know what the date is. It's obviously sealed, but the $6 million man. Scott Lee Majors actually imposed. If you can see his face. Hopefully Neil will come in. He knows more about comics than I do. But.
Yeah. Yeah, Harry, we're going to be talking about a variety of things today.
Yeah.
And we started off here with a bit about comics, and then we'll get into some coins. And
if you don't know Harry Humstone, now he's got a really cool collection, not just of coins, but retro items.
Retro items.
Yeah, he's got an amazing stuff. Original. Oh, can I have a look at that? So, when you finished.
Hello, Polar Bear, says Yummy.
Yeah.
Don't drop it.
All right. Make sure you throw it properly. Whoa. Have you ever seen these, Harry?
Oh, make yourself big so I can see the thing. that a game of some sort?
Yeah, it's a 3D game. I don't know if you can see it, but this is 1983.
Looks like a ViewMaster.
It's a bit. No.
No, it's not a ViewMaster because that's with the slides. This is an actual LCD game. And if it's
Tommy.
from Tomy, yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah, of course it does. If Zoe hasn't run the batteries out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, all right. Yeah,
Do you strap it onto your head, or do you have to hold it?
You can hold it, but if you look closer, I don't know if you can see it, but the view's at the back,
sharks. You have to kill sharks.
and you have to kill sharks. So you have to look through it, and then you just go left, right, fire, left, right, fire. You're a diver, and you just shoot the sharks before they.
I had it when I was a kid.
There's a few types of these. The cars, there's the spaceships, there's the planes, and there's the sharks. And it was Zoe's birthday a few days ago. Better switch it off because
Yeah, if we ever get over there, we'll just throw Zoe's and Tracy's birthday together, and then they can celebrate it.
So yeah, this is 1983, and of course
83.
So I picked up. Now these go for around about, well, in a box which is bits. In bits, they still go for spares and repairs around about £100. This is fully working order.
Wow. And then he disappears. There he is, and he's back.
I don't know what happened there.
Internet's acting funny.
Yeah, again. But anyway, yeah. So when I packed this up, Zoe thought that she was getting a pump. She says, "What do I bloody hell want a pump for?" I goes, "Well, keep opening it." And her face when she saw it was like, "Ah! We've been talking about these," because obviously when you watch back at the toys you used to get when you was a kid.
I had that as a kid, but the tank one.
Yeah, you had the tank one. That's right. It was tank, UFO, cars, planes, and sharks. And they're just 3D. They're LCD displays inside. And I think there's another one, but yeah, it's a pretty cool. I mean, but this one here took me ages to get. I had to wait until. I ain't going to say how much I paid for it because obviously
I just can't get over the fact it looks so good and it's 40 years old.
Yeah, it's amazing condition.
Plays perfect.
And it plays well. Zoe's got 800 points on it at the moment. So
boy, if you and I could look that good, that after bloody thing's looking better than us.
Right. But some of them are smashed and they're like they got the crack across the screen, and some of the descriptions will go in. Oh, it does play, but what like some of the lights don't work. The LCDs, crystals don't, which is basically an easy fix if you know what you're doing. It's just you just resolder over the PCB part. It's Tomy. TOMYTRONIC. Tomytronic. It's called.
The name rings a bell. I don't know. I haven't seen them.
You have a look on YouTube. You can see them on UK Retro Toys or something. Then you go back to the comics. You've got Time Walkers. This is pretty cool. Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I'm starting to see some of the guys and gals on here starting to diversify their collections. Taffy Coins is starting to collect those magic cards.
Oh, Magic the Gathering. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're quite cool. They are. I don't understand it. But it's pretty cool. So that's £16 then.
Weird Worlds. This one.
Weird World. That sounds familiar.
Oh, what's wrong with this internet?
Size.
Yeah, Weird World. This is from the United States, March 11th. I'm not sure what year that is.
Yeah.
Then Justice League, Rise and Fall of Arsenal.
You look nice with that skirt.
And then something that everybody is familiar with, Star Trek.
So,
Cool.
Yeah, this is Independence Day.
I'll keep it on there then. So
Not even sure that one that was actually. And then the Book of Death. Apparently, it's a great read. This one, the Book of Death. It's cheerful. And then Huntress, World's Finest Power Girl. So they ruined it with the blinking stickers they put on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
DC. That's it for the comics anyway. Because the comics they got in when we was there last were all open and screwed up. Do you know what I mean? And I think what they do, they grab hold of the ones that are all, you know, tied in properly. And oh yeah, there's something I want to show you this. Now, if you ever go to George's, yeah, Zoe's birthday was about 16 days ago. It's last year. Yeah, if you ever see George and he's doing this set, okay. Now I bought George the set when through Mobile Coins, and I got this set, and this is the 1978 set, but I got the 1979 coins, where he's got the 1979 back in with the 1978 coins.
How in the world did that happen?
Well, these are not sealed, are they? So I think what it was, I think they were just, I don't know who it was, I'm not accusing of, but I think they got the coins out to sort it out, and they put the coins back in the wrong slide, basically.
I wonder if George even noticed. How long ago was that?
Oh yeah, he said he noticed, and he was saying it was an error, and I said I bought you that. It was a long time ago, and then 10 Bob sent us some coins. These are really neat. I'm not sure if you've seen this Melkor, or if anybody's seen the Melkor. Some Avengers here, Spider-Man. And then Captain America. Yeah, these are cool, aren't they, Neil?
yeah.
This is pretty cool. Scotland challenge coin with a pipe at the back from Blackwatch, I believe. The way the colours are, it's like Blackwatch. You can't see it very well there, but and the last one is War Machine. That is really cool. You got a Buffalo nickel with sort of date on. That is absolutely awesome. Do you know what date was it? And then these are pretty cool. These Disney commemoratives of Winnie the Pooh.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then she sent the card, but that's in the gift box thing. So they're going to go in. I'm going to get when finances sort of sort itself out again, I'm going to get some floating frames and put the comic with them. What else have I got here? Oh yeah. Let's put that back. Do you know your 1937? Nice. I'm trying to find some of the buffaloes here now with dates on. I've got a few of them now. I've done videos on them.
Yes, definitely. Sorry.
This is the model penny. So more or less the same as the Queen's Remembrance from Canada.
It looks blacker.
Oh yeah, it's very black. This is made in I think it's 1837, I think. These were. So a little while ago. 100 years before Harry M. Stone's music. So go ahead, Skipper. You got your thing to go through, I guess.
Sure, I can do that for a little while. All right. One of the things that I do, as many of you know, is I do displays up, and in many cases the various mints come out with sets, and in the case of the Royal Canadian Mint, many of the sets come in these lovely leatherette cases, very good for protecting the collection, but they're not very handy about displaying. And of course, so if you're just the type of collector where you're just tossing it in a safe somewhere or in a drawer, whatever it is that you do, this isn't for you. This is for those that want to display their sets. And what I've done is I found that the sleeves come off of the Canadian sets, and I'll show you right here. Once you take the sleeves off, you're left with a case that looks, or with a case that looks like this, so that it's just the protective outer. And now this one here is like 2006, if I remember right. Yeah, it's 2006 Victoria Cross set. Again, I'm a military collector, and I like putting these sets into acrylic holders, which are available online. Pick up all mine. It's cheaper, by the way, to go online than going to a coin shop. But this is the size acrylic that I got for these. And basically all I do with these is I set them up on it on the different levels. And it actually, you can actually see all of them once they're on there. So it's quite handy. So that is my 2006 Victoria Cross. And then I got a few other ones here that are, this one here is the, remember right, that's the 2014, where the soldiers wishing his loved one farewell as he goes off to war. And
That's
again,
nice.
again, they're lovely cones. Most of these are all proof sets or specimen, depending on which ones you grab a hold of. This one's a proof. They got into in 2018. They got into trying different colorized versions. I bet you there's some colorized ones you've not seen before, Dale. Check out that.
No, I have not seen them before.
Isn't that nice?
They're amazing. I do like the duck. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is it mallard on there?
That's a mallard duck. Yeah.
Actually, is that a castle there?
No, that should be that's the mint. I believe that's the mint in Winnipeg.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's a beautiful building. They've got there. Then they come out with a rate in 2019. They did a couple different sets. This one just came out with the maple leaf, and I do like the maple leafs, the silver coins.
Fantastic, that set.
Right, and as you can see, you got the colorized beaver on there too, even so that's kind of cool.
I like the caribou.
Yeah,
that's pretty neat.
And check out Blue Water on the dime.
Yeah.
And that was, and so really the Blue Water dime that we got was it last year?
Yeah.
That wasn't the first one. The first one actually came out in 2019, but it came out, 2019, but it came out as part of a set.
They were really cool.
And
really, really nice coins, you know.
I love doing the sets. This one here, again, I believe this is the D-Day landing for 2019. They did quite a few of them that year.
Wow.
Again, we're talking specimen sets, which are quite lovely. These sets are great for doing displays. And of course, we got the 2020 V for Victory. And that's
silver, though.
Yep. So when you have something like this, these make for great displays. So they don't necessarily have to be left in the vinyl. And if you ever have to dismantle your display, well, you pack away your acrylics. You don't need them anymore, and hop into your box. It's holding onto the original leatherette case, and slide it back in. And it's good for being tucked away, whether you're moving or whatever you might be doing. So that's what I'm showing today. I've got a lot of displays done up that way, and if you want to do displays, I highly recommend checking out some of the things you have. I even have some of them out here where the display is put on little round stands that are either battery operated or plugged into your wall, and they'll all actually rotate your coins, and that looks really cool.
Yeah, I mean, people do change their displays all the time. Like,
yeah,
I'm in the middle of mine because I'm doing what I'm doing here as well. I just want to show you some channels that I really did admire. A lot of them are long gone. Some still around that they changed the name. Some just watch these days. Others have gone on to do different things. Now there's one channel out there. He's changed his name, but I can't remember what to. I know he told me, but this is Moneda Republic or Moneda Republic, and
really nice designs.
And then this gentleman, no one, I've never heard of this guy, but that's one of them.
Yeah, that looks vaguely familiar.
And obviously, I keep all the Christmas cards. I keep everything. And this is from Spray Can. And here's Monada's Republic sticker, as it would be normal. Actually, I've got a few of his. They're all signed, actually. And this is from Monada Republic again. So I like to keep it because it's got like the messages inside. And as you know, I did have my book, but kind of busted. And this is from Tabs 1. There's a mixture of Hands Off by James. It's Zoe's, so I had to separate some gifts, what people sent Zoe to me. So that's from Tabs. I like looking at these because some people it's just like memories. Obviously, we all know Sandman Coins and Collectibles. I still got all his other stuff in there, just getting the stickers out. Then Aloha Stacker. And D. Reese Comics. Sorry, D. Reese Coins and Hobbies. Sorry. If anybody remembers him.
Just a reminder, guys, that if you want to come up, the link should be in the chat there. Come on up.
So that's Mr. Popzilla. He's still around.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Greasy Cooter. The Silver Cooters.
The Silver Cooters.
And obviously Scorpion Metals. Really, really good at his stuff, man. Absolutely amazing. And Scrapping Order and Tinkering Fun. And I got his Christmas ones here as well.
Hello, Silent Silver.
Silent Silver. And then Halloween one from Scrapping.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yes, I got and another one from Scrapping and Scorpion Metals. But yeah, I got because I had everything together. You see, in my book, I dropped my blinking book, didn't I? Lucky everything was. These were very protected, so that's why they're in like pristine condition. I kept that. Some Austrian Stacker. It's got his address in there, so I can't show that one. And then Rico's Hunting Treasure, if anybody remembers Rico.
Yeah, certainly do.
Sacra Plata. Obviously, I've got all the messages in here as well. Yes, technically Zoe won this giveaway, didn't you?
Technically,
win. Thank you for taking time to watch my streams. Your support is much appreciated. Your friend Sacra Plata. And so these are I need to go out and get like another album, and these all these stickers and all that and everything will go into a separate thing on their own, like I did before. But no, all the gifts are going to be separate away from it. Who's this from? Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to hit up a school supply store and pick up one of those Bristol board displays again. They don't cost very much, but they're great if you're not using or putting your stickers into an album. You want them on a board.
I don't want a sticker board. No, I prefer to go even if I have like a couple of books, and you can just sit through and just look for about breaking your neck.
Breaking your neck.
Steeler Stacker.
Oh, wicked.
Nickel and Dime. It's got Nickel and Dime Coin Hunter. If anybody remembers him.
No, it's not.
Great guy. But with my mail calls, I just go through them and I can just match up what's what. Yeah. Who's this?
Sounds to me like you're going to have your hands full.
Yeah, I'll have it. It'll be all right. I know exactly where everything is. And the best sticker I've ever seen in my life. Now, everybody loves this one. Even Skipper loves this one.
Oh, give me a break. That was a disaster, that one. Oh, my gosh. That was horrible.
Spray can! That was so funny. And this is from Kay's Digging It. Christmas card. And a sticker. And then who remembers this guy?
Sure do.
Needs no introduction, that lad. Pirate Stacker. Mad Stacker. And Cash and Coins.
You know, the scary part about Found It Buried is I can close my eyes and hear him sing. He has one of those voices you won't forget. And that's not being nice.
And this is from Nick. He's got loads of stuff in there that he sent me, like his photographs and stuff. Taffy coins. That's another Christmas card. Lemonhead penny. Austrian Stacker's first sticker.
Yep.
So much in here. Paisley and Daddy Show. Who remembers them? Sheldon. He's got a few other stickers as well I've got in here.
Mm-hmm.
SMK. Bug Farmer. Who's that? Steeler Stacker again. steal the stack of all his older stuff. Oh yeah, cool. Baja Wildman. Baja Wildman and Peace, Love and Hope. Please check them out. More steal a stack of magnets. Some letters in there. I wonder who they're from. I wonder who they're from. All these notes.
Gee, I don't know.
Where goes this little one? Confrontation Nonconformist. Wonder what he's up to these days. He used to do giveaways every day. Weak back attack, keyring. If you got hours to get, then I done a few of Diamond Bags the other day. I was Stacker again. I think he moved. Oh yeah, cool. This is that's the new from Sandman. That's the new one. And I won a Bumbershoot's giveaway. Bumbershoot surprises. That's from Paisley and Daddy Show again. Edwin Vasquez. I think he goes by a different name. I went in there the other day, but he was just playing music. Can Collectibles.
Neil, Silver Knight Kyle's just taking a break.
Yeah.
Stacks and stuff. And Peace, Love and Hope. That's Baja Wildman's wife.
He wishes.
Storylock, who's deleted his channel. I think he just does Story Lost and Found now.
Yeah, Neil. Kyle actually came on and he said that he was taking a break.
Lady Bravin. I just want to show you some of these channels that oh, it is a great. I don't know if you know this guy, but absolutely awesome. Kevin Hubbard.
Didn't he get in trouble at Christmas time one time?
Not as far as I remember. He met.
He ended up home alone, didn't he?
No, I don't know.
Kevin.
Oh, you're about us. Oh yeah. I get it now. My brain's just looking at the box. But he does obviously he does stacking and stuff like that. But yeah, he makes these he finds antlers on which has been broken off in his field round, and he carves figures out of them. And there's Baja Wildman again.
Wonder if he actually lives down the Baja.
No, I believe he lives in Virginia, if I remember rightly.
So he's never been to Tijuana.
And Lady Bullion now goes by Hodgepodge with Angela. You can get these on a Sunday Funday win. And oldies and goodies. I wonder what's happened to oldies and goodies.
You're making a good point, though. There's a lot of them that, just up and disappeared.
Mobile coins. Mike Wolf.
Swan Queen. I don't even know. I don't remember Swan Queen.
Yeah, Swan Queen. She, I think she watches now. I don't think she actually does anything anymore. Another great guy who's deleted now. He's gone. Really, really awesome guy. Dissident Aggressor. He's got a fantastic, an absolutely fantastic banknote collection. I mean, from like Confederate money. To chief, is it Indian chief money? So Black Eagles and
it's interesting how that works out.
Yeah, I mean he's some great. I mean people come on. They started their channel, just before what happened, and obviously they've all gone back to work and whatever things done, or I don't know, whatever's happened. And I just wish them all well. It's just great to have memories of them, obviously, And here are some of the gifts that I had. Oh, you've seen these anyway, but so I must go through at some point properly. Some of the gifts, I don't know why that's all mixed up because it shouldn't be. But yeah, that's that for so far. Anyway, back to you then, Skipper.
Well, I was there. Oh my goodness, you're
no,
thinking
that was bloody gone.
Oh, technology. When you can be sitting right side up and suddenly feel like you're standing on your side or on your head. My goodness. Now, are you frozen? I think he's frozen. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, we were talking about quite a few different things here earlier. We'd gone through okay, Batty died. The battery has died. My goodness. Well, at least you're in your living room, not in a bloody submersible like those poor buggers that are in that Titan capsule. I'm feeling bad about those guys. What a horrible situation to be in. Yeah, we've just gone through a variety of different things, whether it was comic books or sets. Right now, I am preparing videos on my channel for a regular viewing for all the Canadian sets from 1858 on, but not focusing so much on the coin, but the history that goes around it. So that's currently what I'm up to, and helping Mrs. C. She's gotten busy with her channel again, so that's keeping me busy. Well, what's everybody else up to here today? Are you at work? Are you at home? Are you in Midway? Are you working on your collections? No, they keep saying they're hearing sounds, But you know, Kinnamine, the hard part about that is again the sheer size of the Atlantic Ocean. It's just so huge and so deep. It's going to be pretty tough. Welcome back there, battery guy.
I don't know. I
Battery's
think
not
we might have
included,
plug,
I guess.
actually.
So I'm hoping they find them in time. I truly do. When it gets to the point where it's recovery and not trying to save them, that's sad. That's really sad.
Well, what gets me with this, and there's a few things that what they're not asking. Okay, now they've had a lot of experts on there, like ex-naval commanders, submariners, and stuff like that. But when they go out with these expeditions, now obviously scientific expeditions is just as risky as any other thing. But these things go through these builds of these submariners, these submersibles, for argument's sake. They go through rigorous testing. Okay, every component is pressure tested.
Absolutely correct, and you know that as a welder. That's
well, it's not that I did one of my first jobs was making components, semiconductors, in a secret laboratory, doing atmospheric pressure testing and for all sorts of things, including missiles, submarines, parts of the space for NASA. I mean, when I was 16, I was walking across the road with microchips made of gold. And the reason they done it to me, because the reason they let me do it is because in the box, going from one site to the other, no one's going to question a kid. So if you got police walking across the road with gold, it looks like a target. And that's why I did it. So I had access all areas in this place.
mm-hmm.
And but yeah, I was trusted with this gold. It was no good to me, you know what I mean? To me, it would be worthless. But I mean, it was like for one chip, it was like £80,000 for one chip, and it was hundreds of them.
Right.
So, and I'd done all the testing on them. But anyway, that's another story. That's when I started doing my I started my HND, but my company conned a lot of us. They changed hands and they conned a lot of us. But anyway, that's another story. But anyway, when you go for these testing, they get shock tested. They get I can't remember the other test now. They obviously get atmospheric pressure testing. These chips go in for under 500. Not 500. What's that test they did? It's a humidity test. And then they go into a fathom test. And these last for months. And what my department did was look for failures so we can improve on the product. So we made up all these tests. We would design the test to say, right, let's see if this happens. And if it broke, whatever. So every component is tested. And so these are not off-the-shelf stuff. These are all, they go into tests for nearly 2 years before they're be approved either by the military or by the public sector.
Yeah. There's one thing that I have to jump in on with this particular submersible. I agree with you. The shell itself goes through all of the testing that you just mentioned, because you cannot have a flaw on those things.
Yeah, but they didn't.
No, well, apparently they did the shell, but
yeah.
they were using off-the-shelf components inside.
Yeah,
using the little Game Boy controllers and stuff like that.
It was a PlayStation 4 controller.
Yeah. The one thing that is different about this one, though, back in the earlier models of the submersibles, they actually had hatches.
Yeah.
This one has no hatch. Bolts. They're bolted right in. You cannot get out.
17 bolts.
You have to be taken out from the outside. It's the only way you can get out of that one.
Well, the floors. I mean, I understand why people go down, but when you see the actual mess of this, it looks great on the outside. It looks fantastic. But this is made by carbon fiber, and if carbon fiber split, yeah, it's stronger than steel in a certain sense. But this is wrapped, okay. And I said to Zoe, I goes, that is wrapped. Now, if you look at an airplane wing, okay, because airplane wings are made from carbon fiber, they are crisscrossed, okay, and then it's all glued down with carbon fiber glue, and it's wrapped again. This is just wrapped and then it's glued, and that's it. They only went down to, the pilot went down to only, I think it was about 2,000 or 2,500 meters, I believe. So it wasn't even a proper test. It might have been just above 3,000 meters, but it wasn't even a proper test. And we don't know what type of provisions they got on board, whether it's like food.
They explained they had some light snacks, and they had for their waste they had some bags, to bag,
Okay.
because they weren't supposed to be down there very long.
No, it was going to be like, well, you're talking, it's a 2.5 hour drop.
Yeah.
And that goes down on its own speed for power. So it drops the weights, and then the weights go up and whatever, and it floats back to itself. But then it's got to find where it wants to go to. So dropping it over the Titanic would not be very good. And don't forget, there's 2 sites to the Titanic.
That's right.
And that's a mile apart. But again, this is searching again. I understand that they found a Canadian search and rescue team, I think it's Canadian Air Force and Canadian Navy. They found they put a buoy down, and it's that they've heard banging, but they're not too sure whether it's an SAS, dot dot dash dash dot dot signal, or it's random. Just because obviously the person on there is a Navy person, and obviously he would do this. But yeah, the testing on it was so minimal. You have to be pretty mad to go in it in the first place. The lights are from a DIY store. As you said, it's off the shelf stuff.
Yeah.
So we don't even know how long the batteries last. And if it's hit, don't forget, when it comes down at speed. So it's still got gravity, and it's a 2-ton thing coming down, and they don't know whether it is part of the Titanic now or which debris field it's in. Don't forget, there's a lot of debris around, so they got to eliminate the metal from the steel or titanium components in the submarine. So you're talking, it's a little dot compared to the Titanic's, thing.
Yeah. Well, they do have ROVs being sent out there from
again,
St.
though, it's still a drop in the ocean. An ROV can only go so far because it's on a cord. So it can only go so far, and then the ship has to keep going up and down, up and down. They probably crisscross. So one goes north to east to west, the other one goes north to south.
I'm curious if they'd be able to hook up a cable or something to them on the ROV.
Yeah.
To haul them back up. Well,
they have got what they knew about this, right? If they, as you said, if you lose communication, okay, sweetheart. Right, Zoe and Lawrence are back there, walk easy again. With anything, the first thing you do, you put your safety protocol in first. Okay, pilots have a certain amount of time to read a manual before the ground comes up. And as soon as you lose communication, because apparently what I heard when James Cameron, this is going back from 1985, and all the scientific ones, always in communication with each other. They're always in communication. The so-called the motherships, let them know where they are, the depth, the speed, how far they're going. They got all these instruments going over, and that's what they should have inside. It should be exactly the same. What their depth is, if there's a pressure, is there a change of pressure?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. There's also currents as well. And these, don't forget, you've got something that can push a rock. So a little submarine is nothing compared to water.
Yeah, remember, this is a submersible, not a submarine. There's
a
a big
submersible is different
difference.
to a submarine.
Yeah.
A submersible is powered by itself, as whereas submarine is powered by an engine with planes. So and ballast and that to go up, down, left, and right. So that's the difference. And a submarine is also a boat, actually, by the way. That's a true boat. Anything that goes under what's a true boat. But yeah, this to me, okay, has been put together very cheaply. This is my point. And it's, again, greed over safety. Because as I said, if they even wanted to rescue them, say, like, if they had 8 hours to spare, and this happened with Apollo 1, there was too much oxygen going into a component. So even if they got them on the surface and they can see them, they've got to undo those bolts really slowly.
Yeah.
Because too much oxygen is terrible. Not enough oxygen is obviously, you go asphyxiated. Because any spark will set that oxygen off. And that's exactly what happened in Apollo 1. But the hatch was on the inside, where now, obviously, when it went up, the hatch opened on the outside. Mm-hmm. But yeah, those components. And another person said they went down with a controller. Now, as a gamer, and Neil's a gamer, and a lot of people play games with PS4 and an Xbox controller. Now, it's Wi-Fi, right? So when did they last change those batteries? Okay, is there a port to hardwire it from the electrics to the controller? And those controllers are prone to breaking. So so it's not a case if it breaks, it's a case when it breaks. And they are prone to breaking, those controllers. They're very flimsy, very badly made. They're not very good. And trust me, I've gone through hundreds of controllers by playing them, and they break on one side, or whichever side you're heavy-handed with, they seem to break. The buttons fall in. So we don't know how old that controller was. Has it been mishandled some way? Because to me, it looks like it's been modified. The mushrooms look taller. But yeah, it's. I hope they come back safely, and I hope they're all right. And I just hope that the families must be going through hell right now. And this reminds me of the Kursk. It was too late. As soon as they lost communication, they should have got in touch with somebody instantly, and everybody who could, like, even the salvage operation ship should have been there, ready. Should be there right now. They shouldn't be on their way. They should be there as soon as they heard, right, okay, we've got a lost serve. The salvage ship should be there, because they're the only people who can pick them up.
Eurocoins Hunt has a valid point. Says, have they heard of redundancy? They claim that they have redundant backup systems, but considering what's been going on, that's doubtful. Also, one very quick note on that: they have heard more sounds.
Yeah, they've had more sounds. Dimebag. Yeah, they've heard more sounds, which is good news. So they can more or less pinpoint it now to where it is. And also ROVs are all different as well. Some are more cameraed, some are sonar buoys, some just scan metal or debris. So they're using fair play to them. This is a disaster waiting to happen, to be fair. And I believe, this is my personal opinion, I said this on Monday, the Titanic's a resting place. and it should be left to the experts.
That's right. It's a graveyard. You should be left alone.
It should be left to the experts to take the
Yep.
photographs. Who's a professional pilot of these, get the experienced guys in the U.S. Navy, the Canadian Navy, the Finnish Navy, the British Navy, who's done all this stuff before, not a college graduate. And if you are going into something like that, fair play to you, but get yourself trained properly, get your licenses.
Yeah. Charging $250,000 a passenger to go down there.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Again, it's greed over say. It's to me. This is that vessel doesn't. I saw it, and it's all mask and tape on the setup before they set out the ramp. It's all mask and tape. Little I'll switch this here. This valve's got to be here. All mask and tape. I was thinking, and somebody goes, "Would you go on that?" I goes, "Look, I do a lot of things. There's absolutely no chance I would go on that. I'll go on a submarine. I'll go on a submersible, but as long as it's above board, not parts that come off the DIY shop."
Mm-hmm. One of the things that they teach them on these submersibles, if they have an emergency situation, they're supposed to bang on their hull for a total of 3 minutes every 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's not just trying to bang away at Morse code. They are every 3 minutes of banging, then rest for 30 minutes, and they bang away again. And that's the way it's supposed to be.
I got Darren a Manx cat.
Cool.
It's a biggie. I'll say it's the size of $1, Canadian dollar. That's if you can hear me. But no, this again, it's exactly the same as the Titanic. It was greed over safety.
Mm.
I feel sorry for the lad, to be honest, because I can imagine the conversation at home. Nope, he's not going. You know what I mean? He's not going. Not a chance. He ain't going. We signed a waiver that if anything happens, that it's not the company's fault. Darren's been after a Manx cat for a while, and I've managed to find one and get one for him. I've got some Canadian coins to go through with you in a moment, Skipper, because I need your expertise. Now, because I can't see for anything, I don't know what's Canadian, what isn't.
You can't tell the difference by now?
Well, that's Canada. Dimebag goes, here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Right, that's Australian, I think.
Yeah, we're talking Canadian.
I think it's Australia.
Oh. Canadian.
Let's just try and find them. I know I got some coming up ready, so have a look. I've got some amazing Canadian coins ready for videos. I can't even see that one. That's way too small. That's a Merkdime. I know what a Merkdime is. I'm looking at it because, by the five gearing cap and the head and the back. That's Mosquito. Is that Canada? No, that looks French, I think. I got to go and get my eyes sorted. Oh yeah, I had my blood test results today.
You still got blood?
Yeah, it's still red. Apparently it's all good, so that's good news. It's only been after 5 blood tests and 5 blood tests. So it's obviously bones. They got to check the bones now. About us next week. I got my results next week on that. Oh yeah, this is the one I wanted to show you. I think it's I think this is Canada. Correct me if I'm wrong because I can't see. Yeah, that's Canada. That's Canadian land.
Canadian land?
Yeah. Well, we got England. Now we need Canadian land and USA land. Whoopsie. I think that's Canadian, but I can't see, so I ain't even gonna guess. Right, are you ready? It's just 2 coins, I think. It may be 3.
Okay.
But
What denomination?
I don't know. I can't see.
Well, just open your eyes, then you can.
I have. I just my eyes. It's my
Okay.
lenses.
Well,
Hang
if
on.
you're showing coins, let's see these coins.
Okay. Canada land. Oh, I don't know what denomination this is. I can't even see the date. I can't even find me blinking microscope. I think it's living with Zoe is the problem there, not the bones or blood. I'll tell you, that woman keeps me sane, mate. I'll tell you. So look.
Back in our day, we used to say Kazowie. Now it's Kazoe.
I think that says 1970. Okay, what denomination is it? Can't even see the nomin. I think it's it's a dollar.
It's a dollar. It's a
Yeah,
dollar.
1970 dollar. It's got flowers on it.
Oh, it's got flowers on it.
Yeah, it's a pretty little coin.
Oh, that looks familiar. And we're talking to 1970.
But my friend said you could not pay her enough to go and win that thing. Not in that particular one, anyway. Not a scientific one that's been done a few times. Yeah, with a very experienced, trained crew.
That show us that $1970 again.
I'm making sure this is not Canada.
Yeah, that looks like the Manitoba Centennial Commemorative.
That's the one. Is that a good one?
Well, it's nickel.
I'm not worried about the.
Yeah. And if it was a higher grade, like a PL 65 is worth over $3.
Oh, better away then.
But if you were to have a specimen 67, it'd be worth like $125.
Well, I'm happy with that because I paid 25 pence for that.
Oh, good deal.
25 pence for $1 is not bad, is it? That's cool. And the other one is actually a really neat one, actually.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh, what date is that? I just put the bloody thing away. I think it's 1984. I'll show you it if I can. It's that one.
Oh, 19. That's the Jacques Cartier commemorative.
Is that a good one?
Monsieur Jacques Cartier. It's
Sounds
not.
important.
It's a nice coin.
Jake's coins.
What year was that on that one?
Is it
82 or
1984? I think.
the 84? Yeah, the 84. 6,141,503.
Wow, that's a good price, then, isn't it? That's the price, right?
MS63. It's MS63. It's worth $4.
They did come from a proof set, so
Oh, it's a proof.
yeah, they come from proof sets. That's what the coin store said. It was a broken coin.
A PR67 is worth $8, and a PR68 is worth 25.
Oh, I paid 25 pence for them. Well, 50p both.
And you keep flashing me.
Oh, sorry about that. So yeah, it's not bad then, is it? It's amazing what you do when you look around.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's only $2 that I'm missing, and I'm not going to be able to get them too quick. That bloody 47 maple leaf and the 48 silver dollar. It's just too much money. I mean,
well,
I'd have to.
You can sell your other dollars, get them, and then build your dollars back up again.
Oh, good God.
I bet you wish you kept them now, though, didn't you?
Yeah. Don't have to remind me on that one.
Has anybody got anything to share? If they want to come up and have a chat and listen to what you guys are up to, because I can't see anything. My eyes are literally.
Well, I'm here.
Oh, everybody who's got mail from me will go out very soon. Carl Windows still. The guy is not going to come out now until next week. I'll take a picture of it. So we can't even get into town. I've got a lot more silver coins. I've got to put these in my books. I've been slowly emptying these out for my silver coins. And obviously they're going into my coin books now, so getting catalogued properly, not in countries but as in status sort of thing. So, and I need to find that 2013. Thank you, Polar Bear. It is. I mean, this is a very, very expensive operation. I know there's human lives at stake, and obviously human lives is priceless. But they should have thought about this before they even built the blinking thing. How do we get people out if there's an emergency? What measures are there? Is there hook points? Is there hook points on this thing to hook out, to lift them up?
Yeah, could they even launch a buoy from that depth? I don't think it would work.
No, I don't know. It would. The pressure just. Don't forget
it
the
would,
pressure.
It would crush it.
Yeah, the pressure is. Well, it depends what depth it is and where it is, obviously, because then you got the currents as well. Some people say, like I heard, it was like every per square inch is like a jumbo jet on you.
Yeah.
And some people are saying at that depth from surface to bottom, it's like having the Empire State Building on you. And that's on top of your head. I mean, they sent. I'll tell you how. I mean, because people don't. Not saying that people can't, but people don't. When you have pressures, when we did our pressure testing, atmospheric pressure testing, and these things can go down to almost 6,000 feet in respect, and they blow, right? Because obviously it's about they explode. But down there, the compression, they sent a steel ball, a solid steel ball, down to the Mariana Trench, you know, the Challenger Deep, and it was something like the circumference of it, a solid steel ball, was crushed by, I think it lost around about a half a mil, which is a lot. You know, it's like getting a ping pong ball and crushing it.
Mm-hmm.
See, and then when they're coming up as well, you got the bends as well. You know, everybody knows what the bends is. That's where you'll, when you go up, from a certain depth, you've got to go up really slowly. It's okay going down, but you got to come up slowly because your body builds gases. And if you ever get a lemonade bottle and open it up, that's what your blood does. That's what the bends is, and it can be very, very fatal. But I just don't.
What do they call that? Nitrogen narcosis.
Yeah, you can get. Yeah, that's right, nitrogen. Yeah, it's all the nitrogen in your body.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine's Mercedes ended up with the bends.
Was it a C9? Was it? I got that one. See, I wasn't doing something too.
Yeah, Neil's asked you. No auto windscreen companies near you, Dale. Don't your insurance pay for your windscreen?
Yeah, the insurance has done. It's not the insurance company's a problem. It's when they can get out and do the car. It's supposed to come out today, but he can't get it until next week. So
We can get it, but you can't. You can't.
Kukiana, hi.
she's going to come up one day and do some singing.
I'm singing in the rain.
Nick
The rain is a pain.
He's a great guy. How are you doing, Nick? No, I just want these people up and safe. Oh, lemonade. If that is a major rescue, you know, fair play to the home team, you know, and someone's going to have a massive lawsuit on their hands. That's the thing. You imagine the inquiries about that vessel. I mean, you can't even with your national private pilot's license, the planes still have to have a rigorous check before you take a passenger up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, these have gone down in a very unforgiving place. You know what I mean? I would say going down to the sea is probably more dangerous than actually going into space. Because at least in space, you haven't really got to worry about crashing into anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there is also a chance of actually a rescue. Because, you know, it's easier to launch a rocket than to search for something so vast. But I just wish him well. I just, oh man.
Yeah, it is a terrible situation to be in.
So how is Nick doing? Is Nick going to come up? Is Dimebag Darren? I think Dimebag Darren will be busy. Is Neil going to come up?
Hey. Well, at least my dog came up. Hey, puppy dog.
Hey. Well, these are going back down. Yeah, these are going down
attention.
Again.
Yes, you do.
Still $2 for a pound then.
Yes, you want some attention.
No,
yeah. Very true, kin of mine. Very true.
But yeah, this is a I mean, everything's all about Ukraine war and stuff. This is taken away from that, you know.
Yeah, it's tough when, you know, what do they say? Bad news is the only news that seems to really catch everybody's attention because it seems like you're listening to bad news and then along comes something else that's bad news and it draws your attention away. It'd be nice to actually hear some good news for a change, but what can I say?
Yes, exactly. And obviously, you're trained and you're going up with professionals. You're not going to stick anybody in there who, you're talking millions and almost close to $1 billion a pop.
Mm-hmm.
And Kukiana's asking, please add my Broly. Here's the YouTube channel. I think I already have. So, yeah, there's the link. If you want to help each other out, guys, whack your links in. We all know each other anyway in here, but obviously anybody else who's new, please make them feel welcome. Grow their channel. And Dimebag, I ran some of your hours the other day. I got up to the fireworks Canada Day, I think. And if anybody can run Zoe's hours, that'd be fantastic. Zoe's surprises and treats.
Oh, I ran yours.
I don't need hours. I'm all right.
I know, but I did it anyway.
If you can run Zoe's stuff, that'd be awesome.
They're almost all shorts.
But it don't matter. If it's the videos is the main thing. I think you got a whole thing, haven't you? The videos, haven't you?
Of course, I'll do that for her.
Thank you.
The playlist is called All Videos.
Yeah, the playlist is called All Videos. I think you got your live streams in there as well, haven't you?
Right.
Check one,
it
check
will
two.
take a while to run.
Check one, check two.
Check two, check one.
Hi, guys.
Yes, please. How much?
Hello, how do you do?
I'm doing good, and you? Come on.
Oh, I'm doing very well, thank you.
They have moved me from the BBC to the Soviet Union.
That's because you haven't done
Oh,
anything for a
I
while.
get
now.
my
Keeping it-
whole stage here. Is
Yes,
same
my
set.
true name is Yeberkov Milan Masoyevich.
Yakov Smirnov.
Smirnoff.
Yakov Smirnov.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
Smirnoff.
I think they finally caught up to him and he, how you say, died. Yeah. I don't think he died. But maybe he died. What you say? I don't know.
Rotten potatoes. Smirnoff. Vodka.
Oh, look, Dimebag is showing his coins and his
Yeah.
Oh
table.
yeah, he's done a few more videos today. Are they still from the other roles you had the other day?
No, I got a few more.
Oh, okay. Because I think I'm about 2 behind again. I got up to Canada Day on the second video on your hours. I'm not sure if you need how many hours you need now. You should have done it, I think.
I actually looked at the wrong thing. I was very excited that day, but I saw my watch hours in total for forever, not my watch hours for the last 365 days. So there's quite a few more watch hours that I need, and I'm not on the verge of monetization at all. So no worries. Feel free to watch, but don't worry about it much.
Well, you can still go for the light version, which is 3,000 hours.
No, I'm familiar with what it is. I'm not
Yeah,
that interested in it, honestly. It doesn't allow you to make any money, only them.
Well, it's for anybody who don't know, if you want to get the 3,000 hours or 500 subscribers or the 3 million views on shorts, it gives you the light version, and that will get you super chats, memberships, and a shop. So that would be fan funding. But you still need the 1,000 to 4,000 hours for the AdSense. And if you haven't done an AdSense account yet, not to worry, because now when you're eligible, it will come up into your studio, and then you go from there to set one up. As before, if in the old days, like me, like Daniel and everybody else, you had to do it beforehand. Oh, thank you, Nick. That's all down to everybody. It's everyone should be congratulated for that. The 8K. Actually, to be honest, I just plug and play. That's all I do. Plug and play. Do you know what Zoe made me do the other day? She'll probably, I think it's tomorrow you're going to see the video. Is do a review, a food review. Man, these snacks are disgusting. Which have never been made. They are grim. Watch the video if you can, because obviously I've got coins out, so it's not confusing. And obviously I'm saying I'm a coin collector and collects blah blah blah. And we all got to eat when we're doing between researching coins and whatever you're doing. So I'm going to try this packet of snacks. Oh my god, they look disgusting. They were disgusting, and they're a mess. Well, yeah, we know you've tasted worse.
God, Boji 2.2 says, peace and salute to everyone. Hope all of you guys are having an amazing day. And if you guys don't mind asking, what is the most beautiful gold coin?
Oh, that's a hard one. I
St.
think
Gaudens.
Naples look nice.
I like the St. Gaudens.
That's
Yeah.
that's a lovely coin.
Yeah. Depends on the size of the gold as well. I think there's a Maid Marian gold coin, an ounce.
I think my favorite gold coin is that one that Royal Canadian Mint came out with, where that rich Arab turned it into a coffee table.
Oh, that really huge one. It's like many kilograms or whatever.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, I think-
definitely up there.
Did they make 3 of them or something?
Yeah, one of them was stolen.
Oh,
Hard to
One was held by the Mint, and the other, which I've seen, and the other one was went to the Middle East.
To the highest bidder, no doubt.
Oh yeah, he's millions and millions of dollars on that one.
there's some nice gold coins out there actually. It's some. I can't.
I'd be
afford them.
happy just to have a maple leaf.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
have one either.
I did.
I was going to get a sovereign, right? It was quite cheap, really, wasn't that sovereign? And I think it was only about what 150 pounds. Right? It was. I thought, that's not bad. I think it was. Can't remember the size of it now, but it was sovereign anyway. I think it's a half sovereign, and but I asked, can I have a look at it? And as I turned it over, King George VI face looked like it had a massive trench going through it. So I asked, is this being sold as a coin, as numismatics? Or is it sold as scrap value? I want to see how you bought this coin. And they refused. Because if it was scrap valued, it had only been worth whatever the scrap gold would have been at that time. But they were trying to sell it as a gold coin. And I said, do you know what the BNTA is? And they said, no. I said, well, I'll take photos of that and the price and the damage. And they will ask whether you bought off that person as scrap value gold, which wouldn't have been worth that much, and then trying to triple the price for the gold coin, even though it's got a massive use. It's like someone put a knife through it. It was terrible, absolutely terrible. and it was only it wasn't even in a case when it was like in a packet thing. But yeah, if that person sells it because it's damaged, is going to buy it as gold, scrap it, it wouldn't be worth as much. But it was the sovereign was quite nice, but turned it round, it was.
And are you saying that it's not a buyer beware system where you live? Because around
No.
here, you can sell something for anything you can get a person to buy it for.
Well, no, that sold as seen, we call it, is no longer valid. Yeah. People do that all the time. You bought it and you bought it as it was seen, but that has now been scrapped. But yeah, I mean, I could have bought it as a collection, but I don't mind used coins, but when it had damaged like that,
Wow.
you know, it just wasn't. You know, when you're buying gold, you want it to be nice to go in your collection. I'm not talking about perfect, but I'm talking about nice to go into your collection. You know.
Fair enough, but if you're buying gold and you don't believe it's worth what the person's selling it, wanting to sell it for, and he's trying to sell it above its gold melt price or whatever, then you make an offer. If he doesn't want to sell it to you, then you're done, aren't you?
There's no room. I mean, it was at the time. It was they were selling it as numismatic value, which would have been really expensive, which it was for what it was worth. And you have every right to ask these questions. Have you bought it for scrap gold, or are you selling it as a coin? And he said, we're selling it as a coin.
Well, honestly, I'm with you there. You have every right to answer every question or ask any question you might like. But why would they answer? I mean, if I bought a Corvette for $5,000 and turned it around and fixed it up and sold it to you for $25,000, and you said, well, you bought this thing wrecked and fixed it, I'd say, so what?
Well, yeah, well, we have a thing over here called the BNTA, which is the British Numismatics Trade Association. So if you're a novice and you don't know what you do, you walk into a coin store, this sort of governs you or governs the coin stores online and brick and mortar shops to stop people from overcharging someone who they don't know. They got to give you the right information if you ask about a coin. I'm not saying that they're always going to be correct, but they've got to give you some kind of guidance what to do and what not to do. And it's like a governing body, so you don't fall into that trap like a lot of people do. They go on eBay, they buy it. You know, they don't have that guarantee or you know what you're buying, is it going to be good enough, or even the seller as well. You know, there's not really much protection because you know there's a part between delivery from postage to delivery, but when you go into a coin store, they've got to be BNTA registered.
So all coin stores need to be registered with this governing body.
Yeah.
And so they display their plaque as to being registered, probably on the wall or on the door as you walk in.
One as well called the something antique coins and antiques association. It's another one. If you get two, I mean, obviously they do all the checks and everything. So it's a bit like builders. You know, if you can get a cowboy, for example. You know, now they got these like the British Master Builders Association, so they know that when you sign up to that site, your references, your checks, your personnel, your safety equipment, even your vehicles are safe. You know, even cherry pickers, forklifts, whatever. And the same as the BNTA. You know, when you walk into a coin store, everybody, whether you're an expert yourself or you're just starting, you know, everybody's under the same umbrella. So you don't fall victim. Everything you buy, yes, I understand they got to make money, which is fair enough, but they got to give you a fair insight as what you're buying. You know, they just can't say, right, next door selling a coin for say £600 and we got the same, more or less the same coin, and we're going to sell it for £700. And someone walks in and goes, "Oh no, I'm going to buy this one for 600 because it seems better," and they're not BNTA registered. You can call them up and say, "I bought this coin, send photographs." So it's like actual coins only worth at best £300, and then you can write to them. They will sort it out for you. Providing you've got everything in the details, it's the correct coin.
So how they can sort it out for you? Now they can reach out to where you bought it and
Yeah,
explain
they
to the person
would
that
probably
they.
get one or something like that, and it'll go onto their site. So their recommendations will probably drop, or whatever.
Can they then shut down that store and
They
make
can,
them
yeah,
close?
the trades. We also have the trade authority as well. Like you can walk into the council and say, I bought this coin, and I found out from the BMTA it's only worth this much. They're not willing to take in my statutory rights of returns for 90 days because I'm not happy with it. I've not done it, even if I add the coin and put it in my display and whatever. They still have the statutory rights to, and then the trading standards will go in there and say, "Look, you've got a warning to take this back." And even electronic equipment. If you have if you go to a store over here and bought a TV, okay, you get a 12 months store guarantee, right? Or some cases, some people may say 18 months to 2 years, right? But over here, your TV is supposed to work until the day it breaks. And that's including the remote control. So the shop has to send it back to the manufacturer's guarantee. They've got a guarantee of that TV lasting as long as it works properly, as long as it's not been damaged, like someone's put a hammer in it or it's fell over or something like that. They have the insurance come out and inspect it. My friend fell victim to this. He had a TV for 18 months and it just wouldn't turn on. And there was an actual flaw with the PCB board by being really thin, so it was overheating and cracking the track. And in fact, it was actually Asda, which is obviously Walmart, and they wouldn't take it back. So he went to the trading standards, and they said your TV, even though it's got it's out of store guarantee, they've still got a duty of care. If manufacturers, they still have to fix it, providing that this store or the manufacturers are still around, or it's not changed hands. And they replaced his TV for him after 6 weeks of complaining. They replaced his TV for him for free.
Dale,
yeah.
Boji 2.2 wants to know: is the story about a coin? Can it add a value?
Yeah, all coins add value. All coins have value.
Story.
He's talking about the story behind the coin.
Yeah, the coin that I was going to buy. I can't remember how much it was. No, it was £250, wasn't it? It was a half sovereign coin, and the George and the Dragon side was really, really nice. But as I turned it round, it had a massive deep gash going through it. And I said, that is pretty strange for a gold coin to have that. I mean, it looked like it was ready to go in half, this coin. It wouldn't have been very nice in anyone's collection. And then what they should have done is turn that coin over and showed that size of the coin. Because anybody who doesn't know, they would have gone, "Oh, that looks nice, I'll buy that coin," and walked out until they turned it round. Especially as it was gold. I told you this ages ago, didn't I, Skipper? Do you remember? And I said, did you sell that? When that person walked in the store to buy that off of you, was it scrap value, or was it numismatic value? Because you have every right to know the history of the coin. And
I don't understand that right.
Sorry?
I don't understand that right that you just stated. You have every right to know the history of the coin.
Because-
Why is that?
Well, I'll tell
What
you.
gives you that right?
Because when you go into a store that is like cash converters and stuff like that, they're renowned for buying products that are not very good, and when people buy them, they get questioned. So, are you going to pay for something that you don't know? If it's scrap value, okay, will you still pay for that coin if you know it's only say someone say they bought that gold coin and it was classed as a coin, or they never put no damage on it, okay, they didn't have it in which was the first red flag for me, was it was in like a plastic flip kind of thing, wasn't even protected. It's a half sovereign and there was nothing on there, and as soon as I turned it round, I asked, did you buy this coin for scrap value? Why can't I buy it for scrap value a little bit more to make the money back? Why are you trying to sell it for X amount of money more than what you're more or less what it would be for a new coin? So that was my question, and they said, well, we can't tell you because if you heard of the BNTA, because I will ask, and as it's a gold coin and it's going to someone's collection, you have every right to ask the history of the coin, where it comes from. Why, so like if someone says to you, oh yeah, this coin is a proof coin. And
Okay, listen, I got to go back. You say you have every right to ask. I get that. You have every right to ask any question you want. I don't see where you need to and should expect any kind of particular response for the asking of your question.
Well, if anybody...
No, I'm not quite done. When somebody brings a coin to a shop, the only thing that shopkeeper could possibly know about that coin is who had it before it was handed to him. Any other story that goes along with it, which doesn't cover the life of the coin, it covers the period of time it was held by the guy who had it before he sold it to the shop.
Well, yeah.
What story do they have to share with you? What possibly could they tell you about this coin? We got it from a guy. It had this damage on it. Okay, so you ask him, did you pay good money for it or not? Well, no offense to you, but Walmart doesn't tell you. No, I'm not quite done. Walmart doesn't tell you what it costs to put a TV on the shelf. They don't have to tell you. I can't even finish a sentence, man. All right, whatever.
Okay. When you buy a coin, okay, and someone says to you, oh, this is perfect condition coin, okay, and I sold you a coin for X amount of money, okay, and then you go, oh, no, that's not worth it, you should go back and get your money back, okay?
Of course, because if I said it's perfect condition and it's provable that it's not, there is fraud there.
That coin, and there was no paperwork for that coin, okay? So the person who walked into that store to sell it has made a quick buck saying, oh, yeah, it's scrap value, I'll £50 for argument's sake. So the store's trying to sell it for £250.
Perfect.
Right.
That's profit.
So no, it's not a profit. That's a rip-off.
Yes, it is. No, it's not. It's only a rip-off if you're stupid enough to buy it. If you know it's worth $200 if it's perfect, but it's not perfect, and you go to the man and you say, I'd like to buy this for $50, and he says, no, I want $200, you say, that's the price of a perfect coin. And he says, yes, it is. And then you disagree and you don't buy the coin. You don't buy it and go to that board and say, I got ripped off because this man, blah, blah, blah. Now, if he misrepresents the coin and doesn't show you a part of it or tells you it's perfect when it's not, that is different.
I can understand where he's getting
that person paid for the coin.
There is a difference between Canada and Great Britain when it comes to.
Okay, I can live with that.
Okay,
I can live with simply that.
Yeah.
In Canada, we have to be responsible for our own purchases, and there's no one we can run to when we get it wrong.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. We have protection over here that protects so many things. Where people's have you ever watched a program called Rip Off Britain?
No, similar.
Right.
But...
Okay. You have a thing over there called Marketplace.
Yes.
Right, okay, so it's the same thing. Okay, and I see people in Canada being ripped off left, right, and centre, which they would never get away with over here. Especially the way you pay for your cars. There's absolutely no way on earth I'll walk into one of your dealerships, pay for a car that's worth X amount of money for 2 weeks, for how long it takes, and then go, how much is the car worth? And you work out how much the car worth. You paid about 20 grand more for the car in 5 years. And therefore, you've lost your value of that car instantly.
It's essentially buyers beware over here.
Yeah,
you,
exactly.
you learn to see if the
that is
the
why
dealer's reputable.
Yeah, that is why over here, when you ask these questions to these dealers, they don't like it because they know that you think, because a lot of kids get ripped off. They go in there with change and the shopkeepers go, yeah, this is actually change, that's correct. The kids walk out. Okay, and then the parents go, where's your change? How much you got? And they go, oh, we got this. That's not right. So everybody is protected. So
You're talking about people who don't make change properly at the till at the end of the.
I'm talking about children who goes and buy a chocolate bar and said a store clerk knows they're not going to count very well and go, yeah, it happens all the time.
That's called theft, and it's illegal wherever you live, even here.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the problem. That is why when you walk into that is why we have the protection over here, because and when you ask the right questions, these stores don't like it because they think that you're naive. That's the problem.
Again,
So
I don't mind the idea of being able to ask questions, but at the same time, when I'm a retailer, what I paid for, what I sell you is none of your friggin' business.
That's because you're thinking it from a Canadian perspective.
Yeah.
When it comes to gold and bullion, okay, I asked a lady in a silver store, because these coins are only worth this much from that one. And I understand they got to make a profit because obviously they're paying gas, electric bills, wages, whatever. Okay, I understand that. I'm not asking the world. I'm just saying, oh, how much did you pay for that scrap, or did you buy that as numismatic? Because it's got a massive, huge defect in it. Okay, and you're trying to sell it as new. I want to see the paperwork saying that's a proof coin, or I want to see the paperwork. Well, where did you get that coin? Because you have to have a history when it comes to anything that is, unless you're doing it privately, and you're going, yeah, these coins are proof. I've seen it loads of times on the auction sites going, oh, this coin is in a flip, and going, oh, these are MS65s, these are MS67s. No, they're not, because you don't grade anything unless it's got paperwork with it. Okay, because once you buy something from someone and you go and get it graded and it says, no, these are ungradable. Oh, this is clean. You are knackered.
Right. So if that shopkeeper had represented that coin as rated or graded in any way, shape, or form, with any kind of grade, MS anything, P anything, XYZ anything, then you have a place to stand. Because you flip the coin over and you say, that great big gash in the coin means you just lied. But if they show you the coin side to side, that's it.
And that's the tightrope we walk with raw coins. When you got a properly graded coin, you have something to go on.
Now, I understand that you have the strength of law. I understand that if you're dealing with a shop, and you're mentioning shops, that they can get their license pulled, shut down by the council or whatever it takes, because there's weight to bear on them. But in this world where I live, there is no weight to bear probably on many shops for many things, but for any kind of private sale, and I know the private sales would be different there too, there would be no...
There's no comeback. There's no comeback. There's no
comeback.
As you say, like when you buy a car over here privately, say you're my neighbour, right? And I bought a car off of you, and you didn't tell me there was a defect with the car. So I don't know, say there was a leak, and even though I got the car checked over, I've done it myself, and I looked at it, or if something breaks down after 14 days, I have every right to come back for my money. And you say, no, sorry, you bought it, sell the scene.
No, my bill would read as is, where is. And it would be on the bill, and you would sign it as is, where is.
Yeah, that don't stand here everywhere. You have every right to take the car back. Yeah, that went out back in 2017, something like that.
Now that's not that long ago.
No,
No, it weren't long ago.
Yeah.
No.
because people were buying cars and they were
not having them inspected and going on the word of the guy selling the car, like as if he hasn't got a good reason to want to lie just a little bit.
Yeah.
So we go to a guy who's likely to be a liar, and then we believe him. Whereas here, we call up BCAA or
Oh,
AAA.
yeah.
They come and inspect the car, and if they find anything more, we use that as a negotiation tool because it will cost money to have this, that, or the other brought up to snuff. And then we decide whether
also
we're
have
going to buy the
AMVIC.
car or not.
Don't forget AMVIC if we have an issue with a used vehicle.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think the laws where even in America, I'm surprised what the stuff you guys fall victim to.
Yeah, that's why we try to educate as many, especially when we're talking numismatics. You go into a coin shop again. Make sure it's a reputable shop that you're going to, or a dealer
Yeah.
that's well known. Then when you go in there, make sure you do. You have to do some homework here. You don't go in and a guy is selling, say for instance, if you're buying an ounce of silver, you better make sure you've checked to see what the current spot price is, and of course they're going to be over spot a little bit, but not overly. So you can haggle a little bit. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. Numismatic coins, yeah, U.S. check your gray sheets. It's better than the red book. Canada, check your current Charlton. Check, maybe take a quick look on eBay sold, not on the listings, because that's bullshit. Excuse my French. Then go into the shop, and you can sit down and say, well, look, this is a little too high. You can haggle a little bit. They're not that bad. They're not.
They have a high price, so they can have a parachute room. That is why. But I mean, there's people out there that are too greedy. Customers are too greedy because everybody wants something for free.
Haven't you noticed that there are people out there that are exceedingly greedy these days? There's literally people that have so much they don't know what to do with it, and there are people who don't have enough at all. And that's
exactly
how it is.
And I totally agree. I mean, I was only merely asking because it was nothing descriptive about that gold coin. Okay, on the reverse side, it's absolutely amazing. As soon as I asked, "Can I see it?" Wow! I was please, can I see it? I'll look at it. You know, turn it round. I mean, there was a trench from World War One in it.
Well, nobody buys a car without walking around the whole thing.
Exactly. But the problem is someone will, and that's the point. And that's, and that's the unfortunate thing in life. People do. And when I look for coins, Darren, right, we don't have any real coin stores here apart from one in, there's actually two. If you ask an antique store if it's a coin dealer, because obviously it's an antique store.
Britannia.
Really. But then you've got the Britannia Coin Company, which I think is really, really over expensive. But anyway, what I do, I look at my coin book, my magazine every month, okay, and I go all through. I headline all. I got all my bookmark websites, okay, and I will phone them up, and I will say, "Hi, I've been looking for your price list on here," because it changes. Obviously, a book change. You can't change a book, so there's no point really going by the book. So I go on their website and I look to see if anything's cool in it. Something really exciting that sticks out to me. Doesn't have to be anything specifically. So, and I'll say, "Have you got any coins you've had in for a while that you want to get rid of?" That's all I ask. Right? They are BNTA registered. They are Antiques Coin Association registered. Then I've gone, "Yeah, we've got a couple of coins here." I said, "How much?" Okay, and they'll say, "Well, one's this, that, and the other," and they've gone, "I don't know, send us a couple of pounds." Okay, how much are posting? I don't worry, you've paid before, don't worry about it. And that's what I do because I made a reputation with the coin stores. So those two coins I showed Skipper earlier, I got them for 50p, 25p each for $2 Canadian, because people don't do this. They don't. they just think, oh, I'm going to go on the internet, buy that, and the other. Go to my coin store, buy that. They don't ask if they've got anything in the background that they've had for years they can't get rid of, and they go, right, we'll give you a kilo of coins, give us 50 quid, what you get, you know, and that is the risk. That is fun to me.
That's a grab bag.
Yeah.
You're telling them, I'm going to give you 50 quid, you give me coins. Try to make it so I don't feel like I should never come back, and we'll be good.
Because they need the business.
Yeah, and you're willing to take what they're not moving regardless.
Yeah.
So you're a hero.
So yeah, and that's what I do. I don't spend more unless it's when I'm buying the memberships. Obviously, it's going to be the memberships. But when I'm buying myself, I spend literally no more than 20 quid. Okay, no more than £20 on coins. And I've had amazing silver coins. All the coins you see on my channel is what I bought. Apart from my ones I found in chains, like 50p and stuff like that, and some improvements I've done over the time. But the others I've literally found in change or doing my own research. I've been doing this a long time. So, and I advise everybody to do that. It doesn't hurt. I mean, Canada's a big place. I understand that. But you're still going to get the same shipping whether you're in Calgary to Toronto. Right? So, what's the difference? Just phone them up and go, do you have anything you haven't had shifted in ages? I live in this area. I don't have the coin stores. I'm not near anyone, and you were recommended. Blah 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 blah. Do you have anything? And I said, right, okay. Here's my bank card. Bang bang bang. Thank you very much. A couple of days later, you've got a nice package in it coming towards you.
Well, like I say, if you're willing to give them carte blanche, then you're very trusting. You're willing to get ripped off once.
The only time I've ever been ripped off properly is when I was online with Skipper, and I had a bag of coins from eBay, and they looked like they come out of some kind of builder's pocket. That was more back.
That was a bad one.
They were glued together. They were disgusting.
Yeah.
But I feel bad for people who fall in prey, because I used to buy fake coins and fraud coins to show people what to look for and what not to look for. And even that has value. Fake coins has value because in its own thing because at the end of the day, it's not letting those bad guys win. Putting off a hobby that we all love, enjoy. So they're free.
Now that's a coin. You know what they offered me when I asked in the coin shop what they give for this coin?
Oh yeah, it was way under.
Are you gonna make me puke?
$360.
What did it cost to buy from the mint?
$1,200.
Yeah, that's
$360 because they were willing to pay spot, nothing numismatic whatsoever, just the 10 ounces of silver.
That's the problem. I mean, do you know we had Beauty on a while ago? Yeah, who goes around with £1 with the £100 coins and whatever. Well, Chards now, right? Chards are now doing the price of those coins for only £40. So if anybody was, and they're all doing it, so like these coins are only worth £40 as a buyback, and selling them for £60, even though they're a £100 coin. So it's a deterrent.
What? Your people are paying less than the face value of the coin
because they're not actually legal tender.
Oh,
even though they are. People get mixed up over here what legal tender is.
Yeah, not us.
Legal tender to us here in the court is about court. So if I crashed into your car or Skipper's car, yeah, and I didn't want to pay, and you caught me. I've been caught red-handed. I said I ain't leaving my insurance details, so the police turn up Okay, so the police got me and they got me details and said, right, you're going to go to court. And the damage has been assessed by the courts that you owe £500, right? Or $500, sorry. Okay, so I work out a court payment. Okay, so I have to pay in cash or card, okay, in legal tender. Okay, so that is, I have to pay the £500 value plus court cost. And if I said to you, I don't do money, but I do chickens. Okay, so if Skipper says, or you go, right, okay, I'll have £500 worth in chickens, to the courts, that's payment. That's legal tender.
Whatever
Right.
you'll accept.
Whatever you'd accept in court, right?
And that chicken would be tender victuals.
Or I can work it off, like community service. Yeah.
If
depending
it's
on-
agreed to.
Yeah, if it's agreed
Yeah.
to, right? So, obviously, there's a few ways you can get around paying legal tender, but businesses over here, I'm not sure about Canada, but a business over here doesn't even have to take cash. They can refuse your business. They can refuse your payment card, okay, a check. You may even spend £1,000 worth of goods and say, they can say, we don't want your services, sorry. But what's happening, these guys are going to petrol stations, filling up the product, and then legally paying for it with these £100 silver coins. And there is nothing you can do about it legally because they've already got the pay, they've already got the goods.
Okay, there's one thing that I have to address as we go forward.
Yeah, go ahead.
Businesses can always refuse service. The right to refuse service as a business owner is one thing. But once services have been rendered and things must be paid for, those things must be paid for and can be paid for with anything that is legal tender.
Yeah, that is basically what they're doing. But they're going to vulnerable people. I got nothing against it because I understand what they're doing. Okay, I completely understand what they're doing, and I completely accept what you're saying, obviously, because it's the same thing. But what I said was, if you say you come round to my house and you clean my windows, okay, and you've already done the windows, and I goes, right, here's my £100 silver coin. Let's say it was £100 straight. I goes, yeah, it's £100 silver coin. I said, that's all I got. That's the only payment I can give you. Okay, because I've paid him legal tender coin, and he's done £100 worth of work. The banks will not accept him, so he's lost out his payment, right? His wages, right? So he takes it to a coin store. The coin store then says, well, these are only worth at best £40. So from my point of view, he's lost £60 for doing a job.
That's where the failure lies.
Yes.
In Canada, if a coin is marked Canada and says an amount on it, it's worth that amount no matter whatever else it happens to be. So if a $20 coin is a $20 coin, it's a $20 coin. It's the same as a $20 bill.
Yeah, yeah.
But
The only variation now is we've had some bills that have been no longer legal tender, but you can send them into the Bank of Canada and actually get credit for it. But you can't use them to buy anything. But that's really limited.
Yeah, but they are formally and specifically decommissioned. So
That's
that's
right.
a very formal process, and it's on series of money as they go, not individual coins or bills, but whole series of printed notes are turned into no longer legal tender. They're
That's
decommissioned.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a similar thing over here, where our banknotes are changed. I think it's every 15 years. Obviously, the Queen's died, so it's going to be earlier, because we just had the new ones come out, and obviously, grab them now while they've got the Queen on them. They'd be like King Edward VIII type of scenario,
Especially if Chucky doesn't live very long.
that's true.
That's very true.
That's very, very true. But yeah, the thing is, my point with this when they're doing that is that what you guys do in Canada I think that's what Skipper said, is that rather than going into the store to pay, you can't go to the pump and fill up the goods before you pay for it. You have to go and pay for your goods first before you put the product in. So whether it's diesel, propane, unleaded fuel, whatever you use. So that's what's going to happen over here as a deterrent, is going to be right. It's going to be all electronic payment, or it's going to be some guy or some lady or girl is going to be pumping your gas for you, like in the olden days, back in the 50s.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Olden days.
Why would
Yeah,
that?
I
Why
remember
would
that-
that not be something that we would aspire to? A simple job for a beginning employment of a simple process that could definitely be enhanced, because tire pressure should be checked and oil level should be checked. We should go back to exactly that. In fact, in Coquitlam, I believe, here in town, one of our small cities, they've still made self-service utterly illegal. You cannot have self-service gas stations in one of the smaller cities around here, and
Wow.
all that employment still exists.
I posted a video of the Gold House Sovereign at some stage. I'll have to have a look at that. Dinner time, says Nick. But yeah, it's a with those little jobs, say like a little Saturday job or something, or an incentive job. Say like get some person as a college, college job, whatever you want to call it, or someone who wants to be a mechanic. So
Honestly, I'll tell you this. I went to school with one fellow. He was such a nice fellow, but he was absolutely, had a problem with cognizance. And he got a job doing exactly that. It was perfect for him because it really doesn't require a lot of cognizance. And everybody loved Eddie. Everybody knew Eddie. Eddie until the day he died, and he died early too, on top of it all. But after a crap life in school where he was picked on continuously by all the able-bodied and able-minded people, he found this job where people coveted and visited with Eddie every time they showed up, loved what he would do. So he found his place. These simple places need to exist. We have a lot of simple people.
That's the whole thing with society. If we're talking the way things have changed, they're forgetting there are a large number of people that cannot do the technologies.
Completely displaced.
Yeah, and that's why you end up with so many people homeless on the street. They can't do those things, and they're getting rid of those jobs.
Yeah. I mean, I'm forever. I'm an advocate for change. I'm an advocate for like computers and stuff. But to be fair, I think I'm not saying you personally, by the way, but I think humanity got lazy with computers as relying on them too much, especially when it comes to shopping.
Yeah, that's why when
with
I go to
online
the grocery
shopping.
store, I don't go to the self checkout. I always go to a real person.
Yeah,
will
when we go to a proper person where it's. I mean, I don't like banks because it's nobody to talk to if you've got a problem. And as you say, a lot of people. Some people are dyslexic, where they can't read, and they're scared of electron. Like Steve, my friend Steve, he's born in the wrong era. He should be a caveman. Because I told you he don't have the internet. He barely has a phone that he can work. I mean, he threw his phone the other day because he accidentally put it on hold. I can't get used to it. He's had the phone like 6 years, and he goes, I can't keep put it on. But yeah, he very, very, very educated person, but he just don't believe. He believes that if you've got legs and you need to go to the shop, you can go there. And that's his point. He goes, and I agree with him. I totally agree. I think a lot of great stores have gone because we thought, oh yeah, we can get a better deal off the internet, including car insurance from, buying your whole shopping now. You can get a wristwatch. You can get your shoes. You get eye tests now. You know what I mean? I think. Now we were both brought up. We all brought up in both times before computer time and after the computer time. And I think that we are probably the last generation. If the computer age died, we can still all survive without it.
I remember a guy in my class being kicked out of school because he snuck in a little it wasn't little, an adding machine to help him with his math. Serious. You weren't allowed to have computers or calculators in school. You did everything here, or you used the slide rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot different.
And using the metric tool, we call it the pi tool over here, because you are literally, under a millimeter. When I used to do pi taping, you know what pi taping is? You're talking when you measure an MRI scanner under pressure, you have to put it down to like 0.00 of a millimeter, and this is the same testing they would do with these cylinders. And when it comes out of pressure, you can see how far the metal stretched or shrunk. So, and it's called pi taping. So anything, if it's a millimeter out at the bottom, it's going to be 10 millimeter out at the top. So, it's an artwork using those things.
You can keep your bloody pie taping. I like pie eating.
I literally have no idea what that is. Pie taping.
Well, it's basically it's like a tape measure. It's like a normal tape measure, but then you cross over like this, okay? And that crossover is less. That line here is less than a millimeter. So once you go past that millimeter, it then gives you hundredths of a millimeter. So then when you get like that and you mark it, you write it all down, put it in the computer, whatever. And once it goes under pressure, okay, you redo it again where your marks were, and if it's further back, it's been compressed, or if it's further, it's been stretched.
Oh, I almost understood that for a long while. I had a 747 flying over my head, but yeah, I think I got it.
So, play taping. It's an art form, because my friend, what he was doing is doing it on the outside, and I said, no, you got to do this on the inside, because that's where everything's working. So. And he was putting it down. I said, these are actually, you do it on the inside. And I said, I don't know who showed you to do it on the outside. I go, you got to do these on the inside. And that's people being taught incorrectly. And he goes, I've just done them all on the outside. I goes, no, you guys got to do them on the inside. That's where the compression starts.
You guys are who? Gentlemen, I have got to go. It is time for me to help. Well, you know me. I'm the cook in the house, and I have to make dinner.
We done 5 hours.
Tracy doesn't cook. So when you come to visit, you understand that Tracy doesn't cook.
I'm sure she will.
No, she won't.
With my charm, she will.
Take me to a nice restaurant.
I'll say
Olive Garden.
Oh, Olive Garden.
So you don't.
Olive Garden's a fast food restaurant. She'll want to go to some place where Chateaubriand, drinking Courvoisier, Remy Martin, and a heated snifter. You know what I mean, eh?
Nope.
Yeah.
She likes, hey, prime rib with Yorkshire pudding and a au jus.
Yep.
Right?
Love a prime rib.
What people don't realize
away
about
from a prime rib.
When I was growing up, I always done 2 jobs or 3 jobs.
What? Just 2?
I'll have my normal day job, and then I'll do like an evening job or a morning job, no matter what it was. Even if I had like 2 weeks off and shut down, I'll have a job. And I worked in a dry cleaners because I wanted to make money. Dry cleaners, okay, just driving.
That explains why you're so perky,
right?
But lead poisoning?
I've done car hire. Okay, I've done car hiring. I've done my very, very first job in school, I worked in the sewers.
Never heard of being a paper boy?
And measuring up all the damage in the sewers.
Yeah, just jump down in there with this pie thing and measure it up.
No. The pie taping's different.
You don't want to have pies in a sewer.
Well, sewer pies, but they're not good.
No, they're not good.
No.
No, you don't eat the brown stuff in there.
Chocolate.
The sauce is not good either.
Shocking.
But no, I love that job. I'll tell you what, I was 15 years old, right? I was getting £25 a day, and I'd only be doing a couple of hours.
25 pounds a day?
£25 a day. And I'll tell you what, I didn't know what. I took my mum and dad out for meals and everything. I was like,
oh, holy mackerel.
£25 to go down to the sewers. I mean, these are really deep. You're talking, these are like 30 meters deep. So it's like going down there, it's like you had your equipment on. And, I thought, because it was just like an adventure. It's fun. You know what I mean? It's brilliant. It's like, but my brother did that the year before, and he got himself a full-time job. And he phoned up because it's only a summer job. He goes, "Is your son there? Because he doesn't want to come and work with me for the next 6 weeks." And he goes, "No, but my younger son, he's 15. He's on holiday right now." And I did that for 6 weeks, and it could be doing one drain, or it could be doing 4 drains. Depends what we were doing. He had his schedule, and then I went out with him for the day. And he go, "Do you want cash?" I went, "Yeah." Yeah. He goes, £25. You go, cool.
Gosh, I remember my paycheck when I first enlisted in the Army was about $125 a month.
Jeez.
And it went up to $200 a month, and I thought I was freaking rich because I was paying $50 a month for a furnished flat.
Your neck. Yeah.
How old am I? I'm older than my teeth.
Yeah, I'm the same age as my teeth. I'm 51 years old.
Same age as my kid.
Good guy. Yeah.
Anyway, I've got to go, guys, because I'm going to treat my wife to a lovely meal of craft dinner. No, I'll figure out something.
Crikey, I remember a bag of chips for 15 pence.
He's getting crafty.
It was £1.50 with fish and chips. That was expensive then.
25 cents would get me a bus ride downtown into the show, hamburger and a pop, watch the show, and a bus ride home for a quarter.
Darren's got to be younger than me.
Oh, Darren's young. He's just a. He's just got an old soul.
Born in 66.
66.
66.
You're a year older than my wife, and I'm way older than her. Skipper's 45. I wish I was 45.
Found a 1977 100 bill today. Nice. Look, it's found a $100 bill.
Well, guys, farewell.
Farewell.
And you, Darren, and you, Dale, behave yourselves. I'll be checking in on you. I've got my book, my Naughty and Nice book here.
We're not naughty. We just love these discussions.
I'm not naughty. I'm just drawn this way.
Anyway, farewell, everyone.
Yeah, you take care, Skipper. Much love, brother.
You bet.
Away he goes.
And he's left.
All it takes is the call to arms or to the grill, whichever comes first. And Skipper will respond to the call.
He says he's leaving, he can't switch it off. He's still there. Oh no, he's gone now. So have you found any cool yet? Anything cool? I've seen the I think I'm too behind on your videos now.
Not so much. Just the normal stuff. In fact, I'm a little overwhelmed right now. Just so much.
It's neck breaking though, isn't it?
My neck hurts right now, actually. There's no reason to be
Um,
looking at these.
I got you that
million
Manx
times.
cat because I did ask if they got any Manx. I know even after one, Isle of Man one.
Is that
Um,
something that they did way back in the day and not so much these days, or do the current coins also have?
No, I don't know nothing about it because you got to treat the territories like a different country because they're not legal tender or anything. You can't go over there and spend British money, even though they're made in the Royal Mint. You can't go and spend them, and vice versa. He's still watching. He's keeping an eye on us, Darren. That's not fair, is it?
Well, we're keeping an eye on him too. He
Yeah.
just doesn't know it.
But I knew he was after one for ages. And I said, "Have you got a Manx cat?" He said, "Lovely." Yeah, I got one here. I said, "Can I have it?" And they said, "No problem, mate." And that's how much I pay for it. But yeah, I said, "I'll have one, please." So now you got that one coming too. It's actually, do you know what? I didn't think they were as big as they were.
I honestly don't know what size they are.
They're
You
about the
say it's
same
about the
size
size of a
as
silver dollar?
Yeah, about the same size as a silver dollar. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't know what size they came in. I just knew
No,
there was this one coin with the cat. That's it.
I just thought it was going to be like I don't know, like a normal dime, like or like our 10 pences. That's what I thought it's going to be like. But when it came there, I thought, whoa, this is a big coin actually. I got something else to send you as well. So I hope you like it.
Oh,
We just
I'm
need
sure
your
I will.
address.
Anything provided to me with a little bit of forethought and thought of me is always, what can you do when somebody out there is thinking of you? That's a lovely thing.
No, I try and get things for people that they're asked. If I can get it, I would. Especially over here, it's going to be a lot easier than it is where you are, obviously. But so yeah, I've been waiting for you to come up earlier so I can show Darren his coin now. Didn't I earlier?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to do a
Santa,
cleanup here.
Santa Claus is here in the house.
Is he back as Santa Claus?
Yeah, I got my quill out, boys.
I'm not getting done what I want to get done here. I'm doing the same things over and over again, which I hate. I'm stuck in a loop.
Oh no, on repeat.
Yeah, and it's not good. I'm not getting anything done. I'm going round and round.
The thing is, though, over here we can just whack them straight back in the bag. You put them back into the sleeves, don't you, on the rolls?
Boys, don't get you.
Do they charge you say like you got the customer roll, yeah, and you unwrap it like I would, I forget, and just unwrap it and tear the roll for argument's sake. And I got all these coins, and I'm thinking, how am I going to get them back to the bank? And I stick them in the bank. I stick them in a bag to go back to the bank, say in Canada. Do they charge a fee to resort that out, or do they just go no problem?
I have never dropped off a bunch of loose coins at the bank. I've always rolled them. I understand that they need to be rolled. Beyond, that's what it is. Beyond a certain amount of face in each denomination, there's actually a rule that no shopkeeper has to take, like if you show up with a bucket full of pennies, even if it's to the penny, they only need to accept a certain number of pennies, and that's it.
Yeah.
So you can't, these days we have no pennies, but you can't just show up with all quarters and say, here you go.
Yeah, just to be awkward, like. But yeah,
But if they're rolled, it's different. They have to accept more.
I don't know if you can see this. This is what our when we go to the bank. Oh, sorry. So we go to the store. Yeah, and we got 100 pennies.
Just in a plastic bag. Yeah, I've seen that.
We got like that's how much we can go to each store with. So like for example, 1p and 2 pences can only be up to £1. 10 and 5 pences can be no more than £5. 50p and 20p's no more than £10. But obviously, £1 and £2 is only up to £20. It used to be unlimited, but I'll still say pay for money today, even though it's polymer. There's no limit, but there's only £20 and £1, £2 coins. but I think I've got an older bag here which should say no limit. It's got no limit in this, unless I send it back. But when you go to a bank, I think that's up to £20. But I mean, but when you take these banks, so you want to go to the store with one of these, and they get waived, you see, so it's easier to count.
Yeah, you see, weight can't be tricked. I weigh all my rolls, like a roll of quarters here is 180 grams. That's exactly what it weighs with the paper. So that's what I always do, is I always check my rolls by weight.
So I prefer the thing is, when you're doing your roll hunts right like that, even the Americans, I absolutely love it better, right? Because it's a mystery coming out. You never know what you're going to get, right? So over here, you try not to look at the bag. Do you know what I mean? It's like temptation all the time. Going, so you don't have that luxury of like all that inconvenience of going, I can take these coins back home, undo the roll carefully, and see what I can get. You know, you find something really amazing. You know.
But what about see-through rolls?
Yeah, I got a few of those. I got some Canadian see-through ones.
I put my American coins in my see-through rolls because you can see the edges and see the bimetallic nature of them and know that they're American. And
also, like what people do as well with the pennies, they get a magnet looking for the steel cents. So rather than going, if that's specifically what they're looking for, they just rub it through and go think. Like accept all pennies, said Phil Guy. So do I. But no, I just shocked the stuff that we've seen in your country. I'm not sure about where the areas were with Marketplace, and it's like shocking how there was one girl who bought a vehicle, and she had the vehicle for a while, for about 3 years. I think it took 3 years, but it was a 5-year payment, and she took the car in to buy another car, thinking that the car was going to be more value than the car she was paying. Turned out that she ended up paying for 2 cars because the value of her car went down less than she thought, and she wasn't getting. But there was a solicitor at the end of the program, and she fell pregnant. She didn't know what to do with herself because she couldn't get a mortgage. She couldn't go, obviously, because you have the same thing over here, don't you, like a credit check and stuff. Yeah. And she didn't know what to do with herself, and the program ended up paying her debt for her.
Well, definitely nice of them to sort that out.
But some people, they don't, as I say, you know, it's a shame that people don't ask, and you know, or don't inquire, or give out the stiff questions. And I think some people see authority though and go, they must know what they're talking about.
Well, I think it's well known, at least here, that a used car salesman is not your friend.
No, they're your best friend at the beginning.
At the beginning.
But if anything goes wrong, sorry, he's not here. No, he's not working. No, he's off holiday for 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, the used car salesman, that was a meme before the word meme existed in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Nobody knew what the hell a meme was when we all regarded used car salesmen equally and similarly.
Man, thinking about that actually. But yeah, it's So if we had a
Only
full
driven to
regular-
church by a little old lady every second Sunday. She wasn't very attentive.
our car here, right, we got on finance. It's gonna be ending it. It's gonna be ending in October,
Joy.
and we pay £170 a month.
Not bad.
And if we take it back to the dealership today, or if it gets something happens to it, yeah, like mechanically goes, someone dings it, yeah, it's a write-off. We actually get, because there's a foreshore insurance on it, we actually get the value of the car when we paid it back then. So
Because you paid extra insurance, because that's an additional step. You can get that on your car here, but that's beyond regular insurance.
compulsory over here, it's part of the payment.
Well, very, very good. Fair enough. Then it's easier to do for the insurance company, but each and every one of you pays more.
Yeah, over time, I should imagine.
Of course.
It is always a catch of everything. Nothing's for free. But
Well, in the end, if the payment is low enough that you're happy with it, then you're happy with it. And one of the perks of the insurance program is that if the car is completely written off in an accident, rather than getting the depreciated value of the vehicle at that time, we get the full value of the vehicle to go back and get ourselves another one.
yeah,
That's just a feature of your insurance.
yeah. The only thing you don't get is obviously, so like we're going to go two, 3 payments left. That will be taken off, and then we get the value back.
So whatever amount you had not yet paid for the car, you must pay.
Yeah, because that is part of the contract.
Sure,
Eventually.
well, that makes sense. I like that.
I'll be up there in 5 minutes. So I've got 4 minutes away. So, but yeah, it's. I mean, my brother, when he first went to America, he obviously he had his mortgage, but he was doing it because the house he bought was for his friend. Because my brother was going to go to Germany originally, and but his boss was transferred to Germany, so he ended up buying his house, and of course he was new over there, he couldn't get credit, and all he done was pay for whatever the remaining mortgage was, because he couldn't, you couldn't get it back.
So he assumed the mortgage then?
Yeah, he assumed the mortgage, whatever the payment was left. And he goes, I've got to go and buy a car because I need to get credit. I need to get a credit, history. So he went and bought this, was it an Escalade or something like that? I think it was. Is it a Ford Escalade? I think that's right.
That'd be a
American-
Chevrolet Escalade. It's a Cadillac. That Escalade is a Cadillac.
Was it a Cadillac? And it was something anyway, like along those lines. But anyway, he goes, I need to buy a car. I guess, well, we can't give you a zero deposit sort of thing. You can't, you need to put something down, obviously, because obviously you're new to the country and blah blah blah. And he goes, yeah, no problem. He goes, I'll put the price down less than $10. So we had a finance of $10.
Alrighty.
He goes, I'll pay that next week. So he had an history. Didn't think you can do that. Oh man, it's so funny. Yeah, because I think the car was like something like, I don't know, 25,999 or something crazy. And my brother just wrote a check out mine. It's just short shy of $10.
And that helped out with the credit rating.
That out the credit rating, yeah. But now he's got his Texas driving license. Now he's got his Philadelphia driving license. Or Pennsylvania. Is it Pennsylvania or Philadelphia? Philadelphia. No, Philadelphia is the area, isn't it? Pennsylvania.
Isn't Philadelphia a city in Pennsylvania a state?
No, yeah. Until I get mixed up with.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is the name of the place.
Yeah, he lives in Philly. Yeah, so it must be Pennsylvania. But yeah, he's happy. He's got 2 driving licenses. Well, and he's British one now. He's still with it. Well, no, it won't be now because it's changed. Because it changes every 10 years now.
Oh boy.
We used to just have paper licenses for years, and some cretin coming along and goes, "We're going to have a little card with your photograph on it." Okay, fair enough. But then you're going to have to pay for your new license. Not just a renewal. I mean, a brand new license, which is nearly like, I don't know how much it is, about 70 quid now a time, every 10 years. Anyone who doesn't want US currency, please send promptly to me. No, I want US currency. I think US currency, and I'll tell you, have I shown you this actually, Darren?
Probably not.
I managed to get this the other day. I got it. It's the Devil's Face, is that right?
Ah, did you know? Yeah, I can see it even though it's a touch blurry, but I know what I'm looking for.
Yeah, it's in the hair, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
I couldn't see it at first, and Zoe goes, "No, it's in there." Goes, "Look, I'm looking at her face, but I don't see a devil face."
No, in the hair at the back.
Yeah. And yeah, just by her ear. You've got the 2 eyes, the nose, and the mouth. And Zoe goes, "It's there," and I went, "Oh yeah, my eyes are terrible anyway." But
No, I can see it already.
well, you know what you're looking for, right?
Yeah, I sure do.
Yeah.
And I know I don't got one.
No, I tell you what. I said to Skipper, if I get another one, I'll send out. Do you know how much I paid for that?
No.
£5, £5 for that.
That's nice. Come on.
But I was down the list and I was online. Every time I clicked on one, it said not available, not available, not available. Someone was literally just clicking on everything. So I called them. Because it's like a first come, first serve scenario. So I called them and I said, "Look, I'd like to pay for this now." And they said, "Yeah, no problem." So I sort of done that. That's all I wanted to get it. So if I get one, I'll send one to you, then I'll send one to. That's if they get them.
You send one of those to me, then I'm going to end up having to come up with some kind of package for you. This is going to start a war, man.
Oh, come on, man. You already have. No one can.
We're lobbing packages across the pond.
It's quite funny because I'm sending Canadian stuff back to Canada.
No, that's wrong. That's just wrong. We don't go for that kind of thing. We don't cross our streams around here in Canada.
No,
you know?
they don't cross the stream.
You don't cross the stream.
The oceans.
I am the gatekeeper.
And Skipper's the keymaster.
Well, the coins are off the desk for now.
How many more?
Not all of them.
How many more? How many? You got quite a few now, haven't you? Still to go.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my word!
There's another box of quarters. I have to make them in such. I have to do it in such a way that creates some actual content and not just rolls through boxes of quarters for no good reason.
Yeah. So, what is it you're actually looking for in specifically with the pennies?
Not pennies, quarters.
Oh, quarters. Sorry.
Honestly, I have good representations of almost every single quarter that is in existence that are common, like regular, that I would use. Okay, let's back up. I store coins so that I can complete books for people immediately upon order. I have my own book complete, and so I only keep the best examples of the ones I can find, plus anything painted ever. So if it touches my hand and it's got paint on it, aside from the 1812 series, which I have so many of, it really is based on how many of any particular coin I've got, but mostly I keep all painted and turn back most others.
Okay. So you use your book as a reference, as like the quality.
Well, yeah, and like even today, I found a coin that it was just just looked too good. I opened my own book right away, looked at the coin I had in there, and it was not as nice as the one I was holding. So immediately, it's always about my book first, and then, you know, the one that
No.
I would have put in my own book and did is now available for somebody else. Now, is it as good as the one in my book? No. It was good enough to put in my book, though, so it's good enough for your book. You know?
I get it, man. That book is absolutely cherished. You have
And
no idea that book is
there are
cherished,
many
man.
coins in that book that were replaced more than once. Every time I did a search, if I find a nicer coin, that's it. She goes out, the other goes in.
So
That's
that's quality.
what what was beautiful about that book is I had it in my possession for a long time. So I worked on perfecting it. The little extra things, they're easy to come by. The hard thing is just getting really nice examples of every
Yeah.
coin.
So you got the eye for that. See, that's the thing.
I think you get it. I think you end up with it because I can look through quarters at breakneck speed and my body will stop me dead as soon as
Yeah.
there's one in my hand that is unusual. And I know it's unusual because I've just seen so many thousand of them now that it's automatic.
Yeah, I think once you get into that point where it sticks up like a sore thumb. Even when I'm changing my books around, I do it over here. I don't even need to compare because I know that coin is going to be better than one I would have in my book. If that didn't stop me, I keep the coin if it goes into another folder, but it's not good enough to go into. I know it's not good enough to go into my book because I know what the quality I got in my book. Like if I found a Kew Gardens, I know it would not be as good as the one I've got by far. Because I had it since 2009, and
But it's a Kew Gardens, so it's still a find and a treasure.
Yeah. I've got one of. I had two. I know I had two back in 2009. Okay, and I was doing some stuff, and my nephew come in. And he goes, "Dale, can I have some money for?" I goes, "Yeah, just go and that change there." And I just lost myself because I was doing something. And he must have took one of them. I've never found it, but it's just one of those things. It was back then.
I don't even want to think about how many times I reached up on my father's dresser and just grabbed whatever change was there for my own personal use. And he would separate silver out of his coins all the time. And he would show me. In fact, I believe there was a point where I knew what to take and what to leave. And I think in a way, he educated me so that not that he wanted to stop me from stealing his coins necessarily, but to know what I was doing. So I believe there was a point where I did know what to leave behind. But, just beside his bed was the dresser. And on top of the dresser was his wallet, his keys, whatever change was in his pocket that he just threw on there like you do at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I always knew there was a bit of change to be had on Dad's dresser. But, the fact that he was separating certain coins out didn't come to mind until later in life. He taught me to drop them. You drop them, you listen.
Because we had the older coins, obviously, because I was born in '72. So when the decimalisation changed in '71, it was a case of what are these strange coins that I can't spend? Can I have this many? Because it's like the old threepenny bits, the old large pennies, the shillings and stuff like that. And I said, can I have some money to go to the shop to go and get some sweets? No, you can't spend them. You just don't register. At a young age why it's money, but you're not allowed to spend.
It's kind of like you can't spend them, and then you're like, no, they spend. I tried. They work. And they're not trying to tell you can't spend them. They're trying to tell you shouldn't. But the shopkeeper will take them for candy all day long.
Yeah. We had a lovely, next door to my nan, there was this 2 doors down. You can still, there's a house now, but you can still see where the store was. It's the biggest window, little storefront thing in the middle of the street. And me and my brother thought we were clever. We would take Monopoly money around. We go, we remember her name. Her name's Joan. They go, oh, can we have 10 pence mix? But we got this plastic money, and she'd take it. I'm thinking, and I was pretty sure my mum would go around that day and go, have they bought Monopoly money around? And they'd say, yeah, there's 10 pence for the thing. So I'm pretty sure that's what would I'm thinking about it now. That's what happened. But me and my brother thought we got away with it every, because we used to go and see my nan and grand over, in the summer it'd be like a few weekends. In the winter it was like every other weekend. But when I went into hospital, obviously it wasn't that many times, because more or less every summer I was in hospital for like 3 or 4 weeks. So, but yeah, I think kids, when you're younger, you get away with lots of stuff. You know, when you when you turn about 9, 10, 11, I don't think you get away as much, because you should know better. But when I started about 7 or 8 years old, I would try and get all the dates together. I couldn't understand why there were dates missing, why there was a big gap. So I used to go and search why. You know, I used to ask questions like my granddad, my nan, you know, the older people, you know, and they would say because they never made coins in that year. Or, what is that coin? What does it do? Why is it a funny shape? And they said that's a 3p. And these coins no longer in circulation. You can't go and spend them. They're now ornaments. Oh, and so I just started playing with money. You know, I started trying to make the date runs, and that's what I've always done. It's more about making the date runs. I mean, I've got a full Queen Elizabeth's collection from. I mean, not the coins you can't get. I mean, the coins that are circulating. Because there's one coin, there's a penny that you cannot just get. Not King Edward VIII, and about the Queen. The Queen herself has got one, that's it. And there's only one made. So it's pointless even trying to even put that into a collection. But do you know what one of my favourite coins you got there showing right now? Actually, there's two there. And that's the poppy and the Canadian flag. I think that actually the way they're done is amazing.
I love the big poppy. If I'm looking through a box of quarters, and if I find myself a big poppy, that's the same as going through a box of toonies and finding a glow in the dark.
Yeah.
To me. That's the holy grail of quarters is this big poppy.
Those two are amazing because they just stick out here, like, because the colours are so vibrant.
Yeah, and the thing is with them, however many were made, since they stand out so much, especially the poppy, people took them. I mean, they're just so pretty that people grab them. So to find them in circulation, hard.
It's a hard task now.
It's thousands upon thousands before you find one.
That's what I'm saying with a lot of collectors now. They're going, oh yeah, there's 10 million. Yeah, but if you look at the grand scheme of things, 10 million, when there's something like 500 million in England, or how many people we've got in England these days, might be even a billion. I don't know. I don't know how many people we've got in England, you know, with everything going on. 10 million is only a drop in the ocean. So to get one, to find one, is rare, you know. Well, I like that. But yeah, if any of you guys want that book, what Darren's doing, or a similar book, get in touch with him. Honestly, you'll be amazed. You'll be absolutely amazed.
If you have any interest at all, let me know and I'll quote you and you can see what you're going to get. I'll describe it all and you'll decide. But I'll tell you this honestly, I very much labor over the price because of the time that goes into it versus what's, you know, the value of face and whatnot. And I can assure you that I'm getting ripped off harshly, but it's worth it because it's fun. And I've already got the coins put away. When you ask, I will give you a sort of a justification even of what it is I will charge you, and you will see. But the end result is I've never had an individual who asked me for the price of any book I've ever made tell me they didn't want it. I've had people tell me, if I get two at the same time, can I save on shipping? So I'll let that just speak for itself.
But yeah, I mean, I know I messed up on the first mail because for some reason there was no sound. Don't know why. And I felt so stupid, like, because obviously I had to do it again. Even I know the colossal amount of time you put into that and there's I don't even think that's the right word.
It's a labor of love.
It's back-breaking work doing that, and it really is. 'Cause
I wish I could get people interested in this sort of book, but it's much heavier, it's much bigger, they're much more expensive, and on top of it all, the stupid bookmakers, they don't up to date their books. So when you buy this book, it starts off with these big silver dollars starting in 68. So this is the beginning of right after silver. So there's no silver in this, starts in 68, gives you a couple of pages of these, great. Then you go into our $1 loony, starting there. But at this point, when you buy your book, it ends right here. Takes you up to 2016. There's a couple of extra pages. It's 23. So when you buy this book for nearly 30 Canadian dollars, be prepared because you've got to go and order at least 2 more pages immediately. They're like $10 a page, and you need 2 immediately just to get caught up to date. So right away, you've got a book that is like as expensive as any other book's ever been. You know, the ones that people love. They're like $50 to get an empty book to start filling it.
So how many coins is that altogether in there if you've done a full book?
Well, I mean, that's a good question, I suppose. On these pages, we're looking 3 by 4 is 12. So there's 12. Then not quite, well, 20, not 24, but 22 in this case. And that's the larger. And then these are 4 by 5. So there's 20 per page, but there's 6, 7 missing there, 8 missing there. So that first page is not 20, but 8 to 12. I've got quite a few missing on page 2 here. But when you get to the newer pages, well, actually, I got stuff missing all over the place in this book. I guess I'm not. The latest stuff, the painted ones that finally started coming out in the last few, I've got all of those, fair enough. But I need to go back in time. Now, this book has more pages than it needs. But at the same time, I wanted to order all the pages it would ever need right away because God knows one day you won't even be able to get pages. So I added, in fact, here, this is actually it. These books cost like $27 Canadian.
Yeah.
And they show you the books here and how many pages. If you buy the 1 cent that goes up to 1920, you get 3 pages. Then the one comes after that has 4 pages. But if you go all the way up to the $2 book, sucker comes with 2 pages. Charge you the same amount of money as the nickel book with 5 pages, or the 50-cent book with 4 pages. So, bloody ripoff. But yeah. I wanted this, so I bought it, and that is it. And that is all, you know.
So how much that, if you was to do that book for somebody fully, right? Obviously it's $1. So say $1. Obviously you got what, 12? That's $120 a page, right? I mean that's $12 a page. Is it 10 pages? That's $120.
Roughly. I'll tell you honestly how I've been. I did labor over this quite a bit to try to figure out what to do, and this is what I decided.
Yeah, the Northern Lights is a beautiful coin. I should have bought one of them when they first come out back in, is it 2014 they come out?
17.
17.
So at this point, for the quarter book that I did, and I don't know if this is going to hold true no matter what, but this is what I've done up till now. I have charged the cost of the book, the cost of shipping, and the cost of face in the book. Except for the face, I charged 1.25 rather than 1. So for the searching, 0.25. So if I found you a toonie and it's for your book, you're not paying me $2 for that. You're paying me $2.50.
I get that.
0.25 on the dollar. Yeah. And I ask for payment in American funds. So that gives me my boost right there. My true profit is in the conversion.
Yeah.
But there is something in there for the time that I took to find them, and that's the 0.25. So and that is how I make the money. That is all the money that is made, and that is how I come up with so far what to charge for a book.
So you're getting like 75 cents US. for the Canadian, aren't you? So you, as you said, you got to put in all the extras, all the overheads in. You know,
The
I'm
other thing
supposed to
too is
have-
there's been nobody who's received a book from me that has received just what I told them would be in the book. There's always something more, but that's up to me. There are no promises of something more, but I'll tell you that, you know, based on my knowledge of you and my love for you, there will be something more. You can judge how much I love you once you get it.
Like, I'll tell you, I've got one, guys, and I'll tell you what, it is. I am so grateful. It's unbelievable. It's I was not expecting it, and
See, here's a
honestly,
page. Here's a page that is not part of this book. This is a storage page just for Summit series. For so when somebody asks me for a book, I've got. Look, I'm going to pull from this page, but here's this. When you call me, I'm going to pull from this page with all of these, and then I'm going to pull from this page. There
And
are
they're the
8
ones-
glow-in-the-darks waiting for your order. I don't sell them individually. You need to buy a book to get a glow-in-the-dark, but you will.
so how
That's-
much is one of them then?
Well, again, a $2 book will be. I mean, the last $2 book went out for about 170 US. So, it
And
will
they're
in-
going to be really good condition because a lot of them are scratched to bits now, aren't they?
I don't keep them if they're ugly. Actually, the truth is, I would still keep a glow in the dark if it was ugly, but it would never end up in somebody's book.
No. No, I know you're high on quality. And I know that firsthand, and that's why I'm trying to get a decent package for you. As I said, the Skipper for
That's the
it's
$2
never
book
gonna
that
be the
goes
same.
out. This one here is the one that I used to make your book. And what I mean by that is I've had this one for a really long time and the corners are getting tattered. I can see the cardboard underneath the paint. So what I do is I fill this. I just sent out a book to Boudreaux, so this is empty right now. I fill this book and then I transfer it all into a brand new book that I haven't handled a million times, and then that goes to you. This book, everybody's coin goes through here, but nobody gets this book. It's too
Now,
threadbare.
that's a folding book, isn't it?
That's right. It lets me know that I have a full book, so then I buy a new one, transfer them all over. You get it. When you get it, it's going to be creaky to open, like it's still tough, strong.
Oh, yeah.
You know, your book was opened a million times.
But no, it's still amazing. And do you know what? I still haven't moved anything out of it. It's just literally where it is, and so I keep everything original. So
All
when
I
it
know with your book is you're not putting it in your other book.
No, it's all your book is separate. All the other Canadian stuff, even Skippers, is going to go into my Canadian books. Everything's going to be registered as it's collected. But like you know, I try and keep a catalogue on it. Another thing I do, like people may or may not know, especially new people, is that as a kid I used to write my coin books out because obviously didn't have computers then. And I still got my coin. I'm trying to decipher my writing when I was like 9, 10 years old is a challenge in itself. But you know, that's the beauty of the internet, I guess now. So collectors have really got it easier today than they did back then.
So if you were to order a book, how long would it take? Well, that's page 1. That's page 2. Here's the storage on page 3 where I keep my armistices. So there's a couple spare for you if you need one, you know. Saying. Then we flip onto this page here where I have literally 2 painted D-Days. So they're the ones I'm looking for right now, plus Vimy and a number of the others that will need to be put in your book. I can make sure that you get the nicest one out of these because I have a few to choose from. I'm going to make sure that yours is pretty.
And I'll tell you what, it is.
Here's the victory page. All the
Yeah,
victory ones are here.
This page is amazing. Those
This-
victory coins are just so beautiful, man. For a circulated coin, they're done really well.
I'll tell you, this book here that I'm showing you right now represents almost $1,000 in just holding on to coins. Just not for me. Here's the insulin page.
Yeah, the insulin.
All right, we got a whole page. Then we go on. I start to save them by year.
Yeah.
So I've turned them around here so you can see the Queen side, and I have excellent examples of 96, 97, 98, 99, and 2000 are hard as hell to come by. So in some cases, not.
Same, yeah. Anything like 98, 99 is all sets, and that's the problem over here.
Yeah.
If you want to get a date run, a lot of them are not in date and are in sets. So I feel that's a bit unfair and a bit of a many cash cow kind of thing, where 98, 99 are only in sets.
That's happening this year for us, right? The 23 set costs $26.95 to buy. My one person who did a $2 book decided against it, and my other person decided for it. That's a lot of extra money just to have one mint set in your book, but that's what it takes. So here's the black ones. That's why I don't keep them. I have a whole another roll put aside, and those are there for books. And then these are just anything that.
What do you think of them?
Of what?
The memorial toonies.
I love them, and I miss my Queen.
I miss the Queen. Do you know what? I think
She's my Queen.
Absolutely. I mean, they're not as black as I thought they were going to be. It's like gunmetal to me.
It's anodized, and I don't expect it's gonna. I've seen badly worn ones already, so I don't know how well they're gonna wear.
That's true. I mean, Skipper 72, two beautiful looking ones, and they're going to be pristine like that. But
the other problem is this book weighs a lot.
But yeah, it's your coins. American. I enjoy the American coins. Our coins are kind of. It's hard to explain. It's like we've got a very lazy mint, right? If you've seen some of the, what I do, I get the coins out, right, and you can see how lazy our mint is, right? With the design, like they just gone that'll do. Where the Royal Mint, the Royal Canadian Mint, has taken time to make something look really effective. You know what I mean? And it makes you go back for more. Do you know what I mean? It makes you want more of it. As where our mint, it's like the worst design before, say, 2015, to me is the Kew Gardens. Because It doesn't mean anything, right? Okay, it doesn't tell you where the Kew Gardens is. It's a Chinese pagoda in the gardens in near London. And it doesn't really explain anything, right? Where your coins and American coins explains what the coin is. Do you know what I'm saying? Tells you why it's on there and how it's on, even the insulin ones and stuff like that. You know what you're looking at. Our Alexander Graham Bell coin, our £2 coin, is digital. It looks like a calculator. It doesn't represent Alexander Graham Bell whatsoever because it was a cylinder we used. Do you see what I mean? It's a very, very terribly designed coin because it's misrepresenting what he did. I think that's my personal opinion. I think it's a very, very badly designed coin. It's a nice looking coin, but it should have done something to the calculator. Casio, I don't know. But they didn't have numbers back then because it was only him using the telephone with Queen Victoria until it went wider. But what's the other one? The Tower of London is a terrible one. It's missing the side wall, and it's really, really skinny. The Tower of London is not wide enough. It's really skinny. We've got the 26 10 pences, the A to Z, and the Angel of the North is one of the best ones. But when you get to the English breakfast, it looks terrible. I mean, it looks so bad. It's not a very nice looking coin. See, even they are pretty. I got the 23 coins in 2023 coin.
That's the first
Nice
one. I
coin.
got it earlier today. It's
Did you?
quite a bit different, huh?
Yeah, I actually quite like the Washington, they're Washington quarters, aren't they?
He's got a really the ponytail is more prominent.
Yeah, to the era, yeah. But obviously it's an older age of him, isn't it? But I reckon it's a nice looking coin. What's on the reverse of yours? You got the Denver Mint there.
Bessie Coleman, Airwoman.
Yeah.
I think she was also a lady of color.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, she flies. Oh God! Did she do the mail run or something like that? She done the first one across America or something.
I'm not sure, but I just remembered I'm going to take my pills for today.
I got to do mine as well, actually. Thank you, Darren.
Oh, I got reminded earlier and sat down and still didn't do it. Come on, fall out of there already.
See what I mean about explaining the coin, though. So you know, Bessie Coleman was a pioneer pilot.
There's the date. You can look her up. 1921.
Yeah, exactly. We ain't got on some of the coins it has. Some of the coins look really good, but it's when it comes to the Paddington Bears, it doesn't explain who he is, what he is. He's a Peruvian teddy bear from Peru that escaped a teddy bear retirement home.
Is he not related to Winnie?
No. The Queen likes him because she likes the marmalade sandwiches.
Oh, she has her own though. She keeps them in her purse.
Yeah, she keeps it in her purse, actually.
That was wonderful, by the way. When I saw that, I pissed myself with joy. It was lovely. The fact that the Queen would do it just says that is why I love her.
She had an amazing sense of humor. If you have a look at some of the old videos of her, she would always be doing tricks because she was a very cheeky kid. Her and her sister on Victory Day or V Day, they escaped the Buckingham Palace to go and mix in with the crowd.
Nice.
It's a true story, and it's absolutely the Buckingham Palace commissioned it to be as accurate as it actually is, yeah, she was always up to no good, that girl, I'll tell you. But even now, it's strange that she's gone, because she's always here. She's the only monarch I knew, obviously, but no, that's something that lot of people shared around the world. Is like
I intensely know that feeling in that I've also just lost my actual mum, and so it's like the world's mum and my mum.
Yeah, you're absolutely. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, not being rude to any of the Americans, they didn't understand because obviously they have presidency, but she was, as you said, she was a mother to a lot of countries, and even though some of the countries left the Commonwealth, they were still under a protectorate of Great Britain, the Commonwealth itself. They were just independencies, and some of the independencies are coming back to the Commonwealth. So I think there's like 19 applicants that are going to be joining the Commonwealth. There's a list anyway, you can go and check it out. But I think there's is it 24 now? It used to be 54, didn't it? went to 24, but it's still protectorates. But we all, even though the Queen lived here, she was everybody else's queen. You know, I mean, she could have lived in Canada and still
yeah.
been our queen.
Are you kidding? She had a permanent residency here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as a 24/7 living there, is the standard. But you know, she's up in Balmoral, Sandringham House, because she loves Scotland. I don't blame her. Scotland's a beautiful place. If you ever get to travel, I urge you to go to Scotland, mate. Honestly, it's absolutely a wonderful place.
Scotland is a place I could see myself getting to because we have some relations there.
Oh, okay. I'd love to take W up to Scotland. I really would, especially up in the rural area, the real Highlands. I love waterfalls. Waterfalls to me is like nature's TV, and they relax me. I also like drinking them and drawing them. I'll tell you another coin that is similar to the lady you just showed, but he's the man obviously. Is another pioneer. I got a coin of his. It's 1951, and it's the Booker T. Washington coin. Have you heard of him?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. I've got one of his coins, which is a silver $half at the United States. And that's another one he went from, you know, rags to riches, let's say. Blistering barnacle magnets, rocks, gold, coins and stuff.
Sometimes the problem is just figuring out where you're going to put it all.
That is the issue right now. I mean, I've barely got any spaces. I've got more stuff. What I've shown you, what you've seen so far, is only the tip of the iceberg. What I can actually physically get to, because we moved here and we've not unpacked because we didn't actually expect to stay. We don't want to stay any longer than we have to. But most of my stuff is actually in the cupboard. I can't get to because I wasn't planning to come back to YouTube or anything. And when we moved, I put all my coins and all my other sets and stuff like that away, and they're still packed up, and there's boxes of them. So what you see, I haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg yet. It's only because they're out, and I was on the table, I was sorting some stuff out, and somebody goes, "Let's go back on YouTube." I goes, "Look," I enjoyed it last time, and I goes, you know, it got too much, and I become ill, you know, I was quite ill as well. And she goes, "I'll just go back online, just do a couple of videos, and I'll tell you what, I met you and amazing people, Kinnamin, Blister, and many others over the years, Skipper and George and Al and, you know, loads, everybody, really. I've only had a couple of, you know, really, really terrible people, but 99.98 of the people have been amazing. And but I wouldn't change it now. I wouldn't change anything.
It's all part of your journey.
It is part of the journey, and I think you've got to keep. I mean, you're always going to get people that hate on you, and you're always going to get people that are, you know, I get some really crappy emails like going on.
They're jealous.
Yeah, I'm not interested in what people say to me, and I don't lose sleep over it. But
no.
And I, you know, once something says it's gone over my head, I'm not interested. You know what I mean? I just got on with it. Let's move on. Like, but I've had people like say to me, "Oh, why are you showing your coins? They're not very good coins. My coins." I said, "Well, show me your coins." And they can't. But I love learning. You know, I love learning. My brain is knackered. And that's been verified. So I'm doing what I can, because if you don't use it, you lose it, right?
Ah, yes.
But yeah, fun.
Oh, what's that?
It's fun on here.
Pills.
It's
More
incredible.
pills. Oh, I know what these are. Ha ha. I think those are tramadol. Those are pain pills.
Yeah, I got tramadol. Have you got the slow release?
I got 30 tabs of 37.5 per. What is this? How much of stuff is in here? Oh, it's got acetaminophen. So it is 37.5 milligrams of tramadol to 325 milligrams of acetaminophen.
I got my tramadol is 500 milligrams.
Yes, it's just a mini tramadol.
Yeah. I used to take 6 of those a day.
Wow. Yeah, I don't even.
Until I was diagnosed with not so long ago. When was it? I think it was 2018. I'll be set. It wasn't the tramadol was doing it. It was my trauma, which I had my operation, and I didn't know that I was just going in and out of stuff. And one day I was having fits, and I never had epilepsy in my life before. And of course, you don't know you're doing it, do you? So, well, it's to do with my active brain on the left hemisphere. It's exactly where it is. They've done the diagnostics on it, and see this scar here. I don't know if you can see it very well. See it going across there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was in the kitchen, saw my arm off.
Jesus.
In a fit, and Zoe had something going on in the kitchen, and apparently what I said to her, she was, "What the bloody hell are you doing?" And I said to her, "Well, I don't need my left arm. I'm cutting it off."
Doctor, me head hurts. Well, we'll have to cut it off.
In the kitchen, cutting my arm off with a knife. It's like.
Thank God you got dull knives.
But, yeah.
Why don't we have good knives in the house? Well, let me tell you a story.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, a dull knife saved my life.
Yeah. But yeah, oh man, apparently I've done some crazy stuff because I'm comical with it apparently. But there's no video evidence. They won't video me. And I haven't had a seizure now for like maybe, 18 months, 2 years.
Well,
so I'm under control now.
well,
Wow, okay,
that's up for debate, but okay.
Yeah, that's at least right.
I'll go with that, just for sake of argument.
But my problem is now my speech is going, and so is my reading. Okay, and the way I explain things is kind of frustrating because I know I'm probably getting it wrong, but I know what I need to say, but I can't get it out in a way that sounds English to me, if that makes sense. So when I do my videos, it looks like I'm doing it right, yeah, but it takes me about 50 times to get a word out. It's frustrating. Katos! You know, as a guy used to read engineering drawings and design stuff and all sorts of things, you know. And physically, I find it hard, and mentally, I find it hard. But that's why I like Skipper's history of coins, because I was reading, and it kept me brain functioning. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Absolutely. Being
like
tasked with a certain thing to do makes a difference sometimes.
Yeah. Even though it's only a small thing, but it's a big thing to me. And all you can do is laugh at yourself when you're trying to read a word. I mean, do you know how bad it was? An hour, right? An hour. I couldn't even say the word queen. But I know I'm doing it. That's the thing. I said, "What's this word again, babe?" I goes, "What's this word again? Here." And she goes, "Queen." I goes, "That's it. That's what I'm trying to say."
Well, having that level of, understanding of it really helps when it happens, I would think.
Oh, it's annoying. It's annoying. It's like an internal argument.
It's
It's
like, I'm doing it again.
yeah.
What do you mean you're doing it again? Well, I'm not doing it, but it's happening. Nothing I'm doing. I don't want to do it.
But no, it's frustration with me because I know I'm explaining something that's coming out gobbledygook, and it's me, nothing to do with anybody else. It's just literally me. Five person Earth in
Isn't that one of those things that Trump said one time? But if you could say the right words in the right order, you were some kind of super intelligent individual.
something like that.
TV, person, dog, whatever the hell it was. That guy doesn't make any sense to me at
Heck
all.
no, I've never been able to explain anything without screwing it up and make someone mad or very confused. I mean, it's when I'm doing it here on my own. Okay, I am okay. But when I'm doing a video, so I'm trying to do a voice video, I've already got my, like today, I've done my silent videos because obviously people are, deaf, so there's no point me speaking in the video. And it's a more of a visual thing anyway, and there's no fingers in the way, and I'm not touching the coin, so I'm spinning the camera around, like showing the coin what you see on it. Then I'm putting everything in the description, and then because I've got 3 blind subscribers, and they like the coins, so I'm talking about the coin for everybody's sake, but for their sake, and as long as it helps and they enjoy the video, that's the main thing, I suppose. But it's it's like when you do your videos, when you explain your coins and what you're doing, Nick, we're doing it for a purpose. It's helping other people with information. But I'll tell you what, I got my stuff right there. It's a list for me. It's there, and I miss out lines, and I miss out sentences, or I completely miss out. Oh damn it! I never put that chunk. I never put the reverse side of the coin in. And I've done the video, and I've gone, why have I missed that? So I've had to do it all again. I've missed a complete side of a coin. It's comical, really, but it's frustrating at the same time by having doing everything again. I like your little swirl going around there, Darren.
That's just one of those transitions in OBS. Nothing special there. Built right in. Now, I'm looking for something here. Did that not stare? Something. Yeah, that's right. What? Oh, okay.
I need to get some silver pouring
Can
done.
you hear that? You can't hear that.
You heard that? What did you do?
Could you hear that?
No.
That's funny. I can't play that back that way. I need to go to properties. See the speed. I've got it set to 120% because what I typically do is, in this case, I have a video that's actually got audio in it. But
Okay.
typically, I don't do audio in the video. I just do a silent one or with music or something. Let's see here. If I start talking. Yeah, I think I will because this is what I just shot. There we go. Yeah. Not this one. Stop. Stop. That's today's. This is all today's work. I thought, no, I guess not. So we'll go to videos, sort by date. That should do the job.
You got a great setup though.
Okay, so this is what I've come to do, is a completely silent video such as what you were suggesting,
Yeah.
and I will make in my mind, I kind of know what I'm going to want to say at any given time, and I will actually do hand gestures for what I'm going to want to say that I'm not actually saying. So I will make this as if it is not voiced over, but it will be.
Yeah.
So I just do the shots, I put it aside, and then I will narrate over this whole thing, not having to worry about completing my shots or any of that kind of stuff. Just I might watch it through one time because these are all going to be 5-roll searches, so they're not overly long.
No.
And so I can watch it quickly first to familiarize myself with it if I feel I need to, and then play it a second time and narrate right over it off the top of my head. No script.
You got to have a knack for that. Me, that'll probably take me about 1,000,000 times.
Well, bash my head a couple of times so I can get down there with you, and then I'll have a trouble too. You got to do what you can do. I mean, it's not your fault that you were dropped on your head as a child, but you gotta cope. Actually, I think back of what a rough kid I was, and I remember running down this kid on the playground, and that poor kid fell over and he hit his head on the concrete good. I don't know that kid was ever the same. No, I mean, we were playing some kind of dodgeball on the paved schoolyard, and when I smacked him, he went right over like a ton of lead, and he hit his head good. Like that would. I know now how traumatic that must have been that I did not know at the time. I actually feel quite bad about it because, again, I think maybe he wasn't ever fully recovered from that. Unfortunate.
When we was at school, because I wouldn't say I was a big lad. I was like average size, but I could look after myself. I never looked for trouble. And trouble sort of found me. But a lot of my friends were really good boxers. They were all trained boxers, and like a couple of them were British champion boxers and stuff like that. And it would be a big gang of us, because we all lived in the same area. So we sort of like lived together and went to school together, more or less. It was all at each other's houses. And there was this disabled kid, and he had trauma on his brain. I'm not sure. I can't remember what it was now. But these lads used to chase him up the school stairs. There's like four stories, and they used to make him squeal. And well, he was that loud, the science block from the other side of the road heard him. And we was walking in the doorway, and we heard this squealing. I have to ask Steve because Steve knows his name. Steve still knows where this kiddie lives. I've got his picture in my head, but I can't think of his name. But anyway, he was a nice kid, but he was always getting picked on by certain lads, And so what we did, we got all of these lads who made him squeal, and Terry Baden, like when we thought it was Mark Bates, I opened up the window, and we dangled this guy out 4 stories up and said, right, why did you like it if you want to squeal? And we pulled him back in again. And
yes, because otherwise that would have been murder, but fair enough.
But this guy is clearly disabled. He walks on his own, and we said to him, I can't remember his name. We said to him, just stay with us so nobody starts on you. But he was a bit timid, He thought that we were going to do the same, but we didn't. We sort of looked after the vulnerable ones, like to speak. And because there's always kids going around taking lunch money off kids. It's always happened forever. And we say, right, you take money off that kid there. We're going to take double off you the next day. And we just gave it back to the lads. But all the girls, even they used to pick on the girls. But I got expelled from my school. And it was quite funny because there was a big lad called Tony McKenna. He went to the Navy, but he was a big lad. I mean, he was huge. and he was actually a bodybuilder, and he won a bronze medal at 14. He was at the under 18s. He won at 14, and he was massive. He was massive, like a bloke, you know.
Yeah.
And well, we were playing rugby, and he'd go, Dale, run behind me. I goes, all right then, because it's like running behind a wall. And what I used to do, they try and get the ball, and I used to ram the ball into the stern of the other kids. No, so it was like this whole team versus me and Tony, because the others didn't chase after us. And they said, if Dale and Tony's play, we're not playing. So we were ruthless, but it was quite funny because even playing football, Tony was too big to play football because he couldn't keep up the speed. And so rugby and hockey, and cricket. Now, with Tony's hand, it was like he can catch a bloody basketball. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like
You can palm it.
yeah. He can. It's like him trying to grab. It's like him. It would be like a ping pong ball in a shovel. That's how big his hands were, you know. So when we played cricket, we'd have him out in the field and we'd say, right, we'll bat the ball, try and get the ball to go over there. And he would catch it like no problem, like that. Yeah, go. You just don't want him to throw it back because he'll throw it back 50 times as fast. And you don't want to catch it. You know what I mean? I ain't catching that off Tony because he'll break my hands. Because it's not like baseball. You don't have protection.
Hey, I was a third fielder, and if I got a ball into my to me, I would throw that into either second or third base. My third baseman would step aside and not catch the ball because it was coming too fast.
Tony, yeah,
It hurt too much to catch. I said, stupid, catch the damn ball.
But the thing is, though, in baseball, in cricket, the cricket ball's harder than the baseball, and so there was you had to catch it with bare hands, you know. So it was no different. So when we were playing baseball, right? Because I got my baseball just down there, and we would play baseball.
Cricket is to baseball what rugby is to football.
Sorry.
To me, cricket is to baseball what rugby is to football.
No, we play rounders, which is like baseball, because we have like the diamond, and rugby. I think rugby. If you watched Australian rules football, I think that's more close to the NFL than what our rugby is. There's actually some of the rugby players that play in the NFL because they really weren't that good in rugby. Yeah, I would say Australian rules football is more closer to American football, but obviously not with I'm not talking about the gear. But
I actually didn't realize there was that big of a difference between Australian rules football and rugby.
Yeah, it's because obviously they kick it and they bounce it as they run.
Is that stuff you can't do in rugby?
Yeah. No, you can still do that, but you have to go backwards to go forwards. You can't play the ball forwards and score the knock on. So that's why it's probably more closer. The only difference is obviously you've got goalposts to go through, where the same as when you do it, obviously you've got your touchdown, which is the same as rugby, I guess. The conversion, that's probably the only similarities. And then is the brutality behind rugby. I don't know if you actually seen the worst tackles in rugby that's allowed, where they actually, because Zoe's watching it one day and she's like, I guess, what's the matter? She goes, he's dead on the blinking pitch. I goes, no, he's not. He's just having a kidney transplant. I goes, there'd be an ambulance there in a minute. I goes, he'd be up and running around in one leg in a minute.
I wait for the magic sponge.
Yeah, the magic sponge, exactly. Yeah. out comes the sponge and this magic ball, and they run around like there's like no tomorrow. Like you get that with soccer, football. You don't have to tread on their laces. They're like out for 6 weeks. You know what I mean?
I seen this thing for it was some kind of gymnastics when you're jumping over the bars or whatever. Oh, it was pole vaulting maybe. When they pole vault, they've got a certain amount of time before they have to get up and do something else or do it again or whatever it is. And so the commenter was saying, watch when this guy does his vault and he lands on the ground. He's waiting on the ground. He's not standing up. And he's resting. He's working with his hands, but he's not getting up. And the reason why he said because they can get a rest because the timer begins as soon as they stand.
That's right. Yeah.
So I learned that little bit.
That's the same as ice dancing. Do you know when Christopher Dean and Jane? I can't remember. Christopher Dean and Jane, someone won the Olympics. They got the perfect tens. I think it was the 86 or 88 Olympic, the Winter Olympics. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was the 86 Olympics. They got a perfect 10 with the bolero. And what they did, they knelt down on the ice, and they were doing this, or were going like this, doing this thing. And the reason why they did that is because as soon as the ice blade touches the ice, the timer starts. They had to burn off 24 seconds before the 3 minutes because the song was 3 minutes 24 seconds.
So then at the right part, they began and stood up.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say rugby's similar to American football, but in American football you can throw the ball forward, okay, and then you can reuse the ball and you get a touchdown. Where rugby you have to play the ball backwards to go forwards. The only similarity.
So you can be running forward, but if you want to throw that ball to somebody as you're running, you have to do a backwards lateral. Yeah. You've got to throw that ball behind you to another buddy of yours who's also running forward, but is yet behind you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah,
if you can't advance the ball by throwing it forward.
Yeah, you can kick the ball forward for a run.
Oh.
And then obviously if the other players get it's then taken over. But I think Australian rules of football, which is overlooked for this rate, because they can do both ways. They can play the ball forwards and backwards, but they have to bounce the ball. I think it's every 4 yards, and then they can use the touchdown or they can use the goal as the conversion. If I remember right. I think it's like. I think that's what they can do. But these guys jump.
But every 4 yards, you've got to bounce that ball.
Yeah, when you're running. If you're in, it's called a dribble.
Can they dribble it the way a basketball player does? Do they manage to keep it straight? Or because it's an oblong ball, right?
Yeah, so James Torville, that's it. Torville and Dean, yeah. But yeah, it's. But I think Australian rules football is more closer to American football because a lot of people, Australian rules football is not really worldwide, you know. And I like Australian rules football. If it's on, I'll watch it. And I think that's more closer. The way the rules are is it's a bit more closer to the way they play the inner game. But when you do the special conversion or the try, that's more closely related. If you put Australian rules football with rugby, then you'll have American football, so to speak.
You have any idea what the difference is between American and Canadian football?
Well, you play soccer, don't you?
No, we play both.
I know you got lacrosse as your national sport, isn't it?
Well, lacrosse is one that came from our Aboriginal side, and it's probably tougher than all those sports. Not only do these guys go at each other with no pads and a hard ball, but they have sticks.
Yeah, that ball, man. That's something you got to make sure when you toss that ball to that other. I don't know what it's called, but the other lacrosse catcher. I don't know what it's called, but you got to swing it so you don't hit your mate, and then you got to try and catch it where you're under defense.
What
As
I
you-
will liken it to is if you've ever seen the game Highlight, it is very much like Highlight, the way that those balls fly.
And that's a skill because they bend it. They bend that ball in midair. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they spin. Anything with spin will curve. Beckett can show you.
That is an art though when they're throwing that and catching it and doing it back and then it's like see that's closely related to what I would say running around with tennis, you know what I mean? Or squash rackets, but a lot more skill. You know, do you know what I'm saying?
I love squash or a racquetball because if you're really bad at it, the ball is still in the room that you're in.
That's true.
That's why tennis sucks.
I used to play tennis at school. Hated it, but I had to play it. I was all right, but it wasn't my kind. When it's on, it's something. It's like golf. I understand why people play golf. I never knock people's sports, but I just don't get it. My brother played it. He played it. He played it and played it and played it. All my brothers did. I couldn't even get the bloody ball in the air. My brother goes, "I'll go and get some golf sticks." I went, "All right then," or whatever they're called.
I've done it a couple of times for corporate reasons. It's reasonable, but it's not a game I enjoy.
I mean, I got so angry one day with it. Right, I used to go. We've got this main golf course. We've got Brew Manor. It's a famous golf course here. It's just down the road, and we got one over at Highworth, which is like a professional course, but it's for amateurs. And it's got a par 5 there, right? And I kid you not, my brother, I smacked this ball so frigging hard because I was so annoyed, right? It almost landed near the green, right? This dog ran through the bush. That's the only time I ever got the ball in the air properly. And this dog ran away with my bloody golf ball.
So you drop another golf ball reasonably close to there and play on.
Technically, we haven't finished the game because the dog's still got his dog.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm probably been to pitch and putt a dozen times in my life, and a real golf course maybe 3 times.
Oh, man, you've done better than me. My brother played it. My Uncle George, he was friends with Jimmy Tarbuck. He was a comedian plus professional golfer. And then my brothers got involved with it because they used to go down to Watford and London and that to go and play with Jimmy Tarbuck. I was only young at the time, so I was only little. So my brother's a lot older than me. So, I bought these things, and my putter was the most dirtiest thing on there because I used to just hit the ball with a putter. I said, "What's the point? I can't hit the ball that far anyway."
Well, this is it. You need to spend a certain amount of time at a driving range. A driving range lets you hit balls with impunity and not care where they go. And that's, if you don't have a few hours every week, literally, at a driving range, hitting balls with impunity that you do not have to chase, you'll never get good at golf. Never. There's not enough opportunities to get better in a game of golf. You have to be better immediately to play. So this is where forget golf entirely. Find the local driving range. Forget that you have a 1 and a 2 driver. Forget those. You don't need those. Hit your number 3 driver only. And if you've got a taller driver like a 5, hit that. And then hit.
I haven't got a clue. I mean, down here we got a professional golf course called Brew Manor. Actually, one of the masters is from Swindon. He won the Masters Championship. I can't remember. Frank Watson, I think his name is. And we've got one in Highworth, which is another professional golf course. But it's like you can go on there, but you can go on Brew Manor, but you have to be a member. But anybody can go on the drive. It's like 12. I think it's 12 lanes. You got a top deck and you got a bottom deck.
Yeah, that's nice.
24 of a driving range, but then you've got a chipping range as well, so you can chip. You've got like heights and stuff.
Yeah, you need to be able to work on all, like the long game and the short game.
I chip the ball forwards and it went further backwards and it went forwards. That's how bad I was. Right?
Well, again, that's where you start, right? If you can't get that game worked out, you have no business out there. You're never going to enjoy a day out there. Never. But I've quite enjoyed just getting a bucket or two of balls and just smacking them out there for no reason whatsoever. Like, not to get better at golf is kind of what I'm saying. Just because it's very cathartic to simply go out there and smack balls. Even if they go sideways, that's the funniest part. And when the machine is out there driven by the young 14-year-old who's trying to gather up the balls, that is a moving target.
Yeah.
That is allowed.
The tractor that goes around. Everybody, you got like 600 balls in your basket, right? Yeah. I don't know how much it is then, but it was about £6.50 when I last played. And you're talking, this is 90s when I last played. So you can imagine how bad I was. So anyway, you had 600 balls. Right,
602.
Everybody would hit the ball slowly. Everybody would it'd be like one every 5 minutes, right? Like that, because as soon as the tractor come round, it was like a side of a blinking galleon going off. As you said, target. Yes, Scotland. Was created in Scotland, right? That's where golf was created.
That's why it's fucking absurd. A Scotsman came up with it. But you can do it while drinking, and that's the same reason.
Yeah.
In fact, in America, in Canada, it's obligatory. It's the 10th hole. At the 10th hole, you must either begin to start drinking so that you're properly drunk at the end.
No, I couldn't do that. I can't drink. No, sod that.
At the 10th hole, the girls come around with like the drink carts, and they're pretty, and they generally wear very little, and then you buy drinks from them. That's what happens. It's not your fault.
Put. Okay.
Golf is for the rich.
Oh, it is. It's expensive.
So is skiing, by the way.
That's one thing I would love to have tried doing is skiing. I never went skiing. I always wanted to go skiing. I think I'd have been, because I love skate. I mean, I was an avid skateboarder when I was younger. I was really good. And we're saying this to Zoe the other day, me and my brother, because he was really good on roller skates. And I know it's a different sport altogether. I get that. But I can ice skate as well because we've got a big ice rink here called the Link Centre. And so obviously I love to go skiing because I
called up my best friend who lived not in the next door, but a door after that. His name was Ian Christman, and I said, "Hey Ian, you want to go skiing?" He says, "Yeah, let's go skiing." Then he said, "Wait a second, you don't know how to ski?" I says, "You can teach me." So up we went. We went onto the bunny hill that had a chairlift, so it was at least that big. It had a chairlift. And he says to me, now, just so anybody wants to double check my story, the run was called The Cut. It's on Grouse Mountain in British Columbia and is wide and easy. I spent the whole day on that. He took off because he said to me, let me make a quick run and then we'll go. And just wait for me here kind of thing. But when he skied off into the distance, my friend since we were baby children, I said, well, if you could do it, I could do it. And off I went. And I figured out how to stop by falling, because that was kind of necessary. And I made giant diagonal cross sections of that run, almost without losing altitude, like tried to ski across rather than down. And I went across and across and across and across this very wide run and fell a million times in street clothes, I might add.
Yeah.
Which froze to me, I might add. But by the end of the day, and he literally found me hours later. I think he was probably pretty pissed. We never discussed it. But by the end of the day, I had figured out how to parallel ski. But I never learned how to, you make your skis this way, and you can slow down. It's called snowplow. I never learned how to do that. All I knew was If I took my boots and slammed them together so that the boots touched each other and the skis were straight out, that I could just carve. I'd lean a certain way and the whole thing would just go. So the only thing I taught myself was to slam the boots together and just, when you came to a stop, keep them together and you're done. Worked perfectly. I had no idea what I was doing. None
That's how
whatsoever.
ice skating is like. I remember Chrissy, my friend Chrissy, right? He goes, because he's a really good roller skater as well. And he goes, well, I can't really get on the ice. It's going to be right roller skating. I went, no, it's not. These are blades. It's not going to be nothing like roller skating. And of course, he went out. He went onto that ice. He must have shot about 50 miles an hour across the other side of the ring, crashing to the other side. And he goes, and he goes, I think you're right. I think I broke my arm. He just thought, yeah, go out there. He goes, oh yeah, at least I forgot I didn't have stoppers on me.
Getting going is the easy part. Yeah.
Crash.
You know, the dynamics underneath a blade, a skate blade, is very interesting. Firstly, they're not just straight cut. There's a concave between the two edges. So there's an edge and a cave and another edge. So you're actually on two edges. And what you're skating on is not ice. What you're skating on is water, not ice at all. When you concentrate force on a knife's edge, it literally creates heat. And as you skate along, that friction creates heat, and you're literally not on ice. You're on water. Now, as soon as you're past it, it freezes immediately, and it's only happening at the blade. But you skate on water. I thought that was so cool.
Yeah, it's like hydroplaning, isn't it?
Similar, I guess. I was watching something by the the guys who shoot super high speed. These guys took two ball bearings and slammed them into one another with breakneck speed. In fact, that wasn't ball bearings either. It was two super strong neodymium magnets. And they let these things come at one another, and when they hit, they smashed and completely discombobulated. Pieces went flying out, but then the magnetism grabbed those pieces and sucked them back in. It's really cool, super fast motion photography, and it shows like sparks flying as the kinetic energy of these two blocks of metal hit each other so hard that even though they're not flint and rock, sparks fly. There is heat created beyond whatever 1,000 degrees. And it's right at that. That's why it's that same thing that happens on the ice blade. That heat is created for frictions reasons, and that's what's happening when those two blocks come together. And that can be even as hot as to cause like red hot sparks.
Is that
The slow-mo guys, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it the slow-mo guys? Because I watch them now and then.
It's the one I know. I remember absolutely. It's where the two magnets. So wherever they're playing with the two big square block magnets, that's the one.
Did you see the one with the pool table?
With the pool table?
Yeah, they did. They decided to shoot a pool cue, right? Well, a cue ball at breakneck speed into break, the fastest break,
and everything just shattered.
Well, the balls are well, put it this way, the pool balls are okay. It was the cue ball that obviously just disintegrated, and it was like a cannonball. It was just went somewhere else, and it destroyed the table. But the pool balls were okay.
Well, you know what? I can see exactly why that is.
The rack was okay. Yeah.
That makes perfect sense because the pool ball itself imparted all the kinetic energy it could in the moment of impact with the head ball. But after that, rather than imparting more kinetic energy, it just disintegrated.
Yeah.
Because it couldn't get rid of that energy quickly enough. So in and of itself, it was destroyed. But the amount of energy that was transferred to cue ball or to pool ball number one in the triangle wasn't enough to even destroy it. And once it dispersed through the others, no other balls were destroyed.
Exactly.
But they were moving fast enough to wreck the table.
Yeah, they potted a few balls. I just love their comedy around it as well. It's actually, it's not, it's science, but
Oh yeah, they're
tongue in
great.
cheek.
Those two guys are a lot of enjoyment. Des and what's his name?
I
Des
can't
wasn't one of them. Des. Anyways,
think it is those,
the
yeah.
last one I saw is they were shooting guns to get bullets to hit each other in midair.
Yeah,
That was a
they-
good one.
Yeah, that was fun. They tried like some like nearly 200 years or something crazy like that. They started trying to get two.
Trying to, yeah, they saw that there's that artifact of a bullet that pierced another bullet on the battlefield and then was found by a detectorist. So
Yeah.
they were trying to see if bullets could fuse together, but they think and it came down to the alloy of the lead not being exactly right or being too pure or whatever it was, that they just didn't seem to get the fusion. And also they had to reduce the powder load because the powder loads of regular, or even they weren't using regular, they were making their own, but already they were too powerful and just causing things to sort of vaporize. But it was a great film.
Man, yeah, I watched that one the other week. Oh man, it's so good. But what a channel, though. I mean, what a channel.
Wow, is it really 5 o'clock?
I
Wow.
like the when it's one of their first earlier ones where they done the biggest water balloon. They popped a water balloon and watched it, how it rips around the water. The water sort of stays as a bubble until gravity takes over. That's actually quite interesting.
The retraction of the plastic under force is quicker than the motion imparted to the liquid by
Yeah,
gravity.
Exactly, yeah.
So for a moment, it's unsheathed and sitting there going, "What? What?
It's like
What?"
coming out of the car. Do you know when Roadrunner runs out off the cliff and he stands there for a second thinking, this don't seem right. And he looks, it's like that, and he drops and a little puff of smoke.
A chance to look out and go, "Why me?"
Yeah, why me? Anyway, Darren, I better go to bed. It's almost like it's actually 1 o'clock now.
Probably a pretty good idea. Have a good sleep.
Um,
Nice seeing you again.
and you too, Darren. And I'll get that stuff out to you. I was going to put some more bits in there for you.
No
And,
rush.
but
Believe
yeah,
me,
man, I can't wait for you to
As long
get.
as it gets here before I'm dead, I'm happy.
Don't say that, man.
Bye for now.
You take care, Darren. Look after yourself, my friend. Have a great week.
Talk to y'all soon. Thanks for all the watchers. Tune in later because we'll be going live at 9 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, which is in 4 hours. We will be live from karaoke at the bar, having a good time. Bye for now.
Cool. That means you're
Oh.
going to be on when I wake up then.
Yeah, that's the Omnivox channel. Are you unfamiliar with it? Let me grab you a
I
link.
think I'm on there.
It's here
I've seen
somewhere.
you a few times doing your karaoke.
Yeah, I moved it off of my main channel onto the Omnivox channel because it just has nothing at all to do with coins. And
Like your link in, Darren, so people can pop over and have a look.
I am trying.
Kinnamin, thank you for joining us. Blistering Barnacles, Neil, and everyone. Polar Bear, EAC, Skipper, and many, many others. Kukiana, Zoe, and everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. Darren, it's been an honor, my friend. Thank you for popping up with us.
All right, there it is. Thanks, folks.
And you
See you
take
later
care of
now.
yourself. Much love to you, my friend, and I'll see you all in the next one.